Slackers! Sorry about that. That was all my fault. It's from doing the, what's it called? When I was streaming basically over to Twitch, it definitely caused me a little bit of gripes going on. So what's going on, Slackers? Make sure audio's good, everything else is good, because I've literally had so many audio issues, I've been ready to, like, kill somebody, to be honest. So let me know. I'm following the chat. I know there's a slight delay, but it's okay. You've been waiting patiently. What do you guys think about the 10900K? You guys hate it? You love it? I know you AMD guys probably don't like it, but let's see. You guys hear the music all right? How's audio? How's the music? Oh, what's going on? What's up, Parker? Keep hanging. What's going on? What's up, Slackers? Welcome to release day. We got the helmet on today. It's been one of those days. I lost internet earlier and wasn't sure if it was gonna come back, so not sure what the hell is going on, but yeah, what's going on? Trying to get some water. Did you guys, so far, who do you think has had the best videos? Because I've checked them all out while I was waiting for my internet to come back. I'm worried about the 10700. Unfortunately, I don't have a 10700. I do. Intel was cool enough to donate to the cause the 10900K and also a 10600K. So I think we're going to end up doing another stream on the 10600K because obviously this is going to be the 10900K stream. But yeah, what do you have you seen what YouTubers are saying out there? I've watched a bunch of them. How are you guys doing with it? I've seen some bad information and some good information. It seems like nobody's really talking about certain things. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? It's a funny looking Red Bull. What are you talking about? Looks perfect to me. Alright. Level 1. Actually, the only one I didn't watch was level 1. I probably should have. I've just been busy. What's up, Slacker? Thanks, Aaron Hallenbeck. Started off right with 420, right? I should have put my I should have put the time at 420, but I literally came down to like the last seconds trying to get everything going and situated, get the audio going. I didn't realize that I had such bad audio before. It actually turns out to be a problem with the camera itself. So the Sony AS Mark III actually has an issue somehow in here where it basically causes a popping noise. So we don't have that don't have it anymore. So, oh, Big Daddy, what's going on? All right, so what do we got here? Optimum Tech had the best review, very informative. To be honest, he actually had a really good review. I like how he actually talked about all the bad rumors that were out there about the temperatures, because they were pretty much BS to begin with. Now, on all of these chips, it doesn't matter if you have a 3900X, you have a 3950X, any 9900K, you gotta have decent cooling no matter what. That's just kind of the point. What I've seen with most people is they say an AIO, but the AIOs are, if you have a shitty AIO, what do you think is gonna happen, right? So, Ziv Zoolander, ooh baby. Is that, you just wanted me to say that, didn't you? We just tired of Intel's bullshit with 14 nanometer. I can see that, but they are making a better chip, so you can't hate them on that. I am excited to see something new from Intel, which I guess we're gonna have to wait a while. So I think maybe when AMD comes out with their next gen Zen 3, maybe Intel will come out with something new. I don't know. But it is pretty impressive that they've been able to get so much out of 14 nanometer. I mean, for real, like you're talking since 6700K days, so it's pretty amazing. So, Let's see. You guys were talking about Gamers Nexus was good too. Of course, Steve's always good. He's got a lot of information in there to suck in. It's kind of a lot. So I kind of go back through and go dig through and see. But yeah, the one thing I do like about Intel with the 14 nanometer is that this thing clocks. It's pretty impressive. My first initial take on it was basically, how did they add 2 cores and not increase that heat as much as they thought they would? Because really it doesn't, it reminds me of a better 9900K is basically what it reminds me of. A 9900K with basically 2 more cores. Manny, thanks for the $3.99, broski. You could have left me a message. I would have read it off probably, but that's okay. 10th gen doesn't even support PCIe 4. I don't know about that. So the whole thing with PCIe Gen 4 is really only for storage, and it's one of those things where it's not even needed for GPU, but I do see the you would think they would add it at some time for Intel, but I don't know. Is it really needed though? Because GPU sure as hell don't use it. So I don't know. Maybe that will change in the next generation, but basically what the 10th gen is 9900K with 2 more cores and a better cooling. So what I haven't heard many people say about the 10900K was actually it has improved cooling. They took a 9900K, stuffed 2 more cores in it, and somehow made it around the same temps, which is fascinating. And plus it pretty much overclocks just like a 9900K. So to me, that's pretty damn impressive. Mark, what's up? Howdy, howdy. But anyway, it comes down to what you want. Like, to be honest, I would roll with either the 3900X or this. I think it's a weird thing because really AMD with the 3900X has the 12 cores, right? And this is just a 10 core. So I don't know. It's interesting how they go. It definitely wins when it comes to gaming. Obviously 1080p gaming. That's pretty much what most do. I personally bench at game at 1440, so it doesn't really hit me there. I usually run the big stuff anyway. I guess I'm just a spoiled brat that way. But anyway, Paul the Bearding One Downing, sup slackers, what's going on? Just caressing my 10900K box. But anyways, let's get down to it. I know you guys all are here for overclocking the 10900K. Not the 10900X, the 10900K. So we got a bunch of LN2. This is gonna probably be a long stream, so if you ever need to take a break, you're probably not gonna miss too much. You can always come back. We basically have to do everything. So we're gonna be doing insulation. We're going to be doing insulation different than I've showed you before. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. We have this thing. I don't know if you guys ever seen Art Eraser, right? This stuff. So basically, it's called Kneaded Eraser. So what we're going to end up doing is, you ever remember in art class when you were a kid and you play around with stuff? Yeah. Well, basically what we're going to do is we're going to insulate the motherboard with this stuff. So I basically got tired. So the board that I have today is I might as well just show it to you. It's a little bit easier with that. Manny, thanks for the $1.99. How's Missing Baby coming along? Coming pretty good. Let's just say the timer's almost up. Give it about a month and a half and it'll be all out. Joe, power meter all the time, please. I do have it hooked up. It's kind of weird to wire up. I don't know if you can see a little bit. I have power there, so we're going to actually be looking at power. You guys love power for some reason. It really doesn't equate to cooling performance. I see a lot of people saying that, but anyways. So, yes, I am on fire. I want to get benching. I've been dying to bench this. I had issues getting LN2 on Monday. Finally got it yesterday, but then I had to finish that lovely video for you guys yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw the gaming table in the back. It's pretty cool. We're not using it for this time, but hey. So yeah, we're gonna use Kneaded Eraser. We're on the Asus Maximus. I think it's the Maximus 12 now, the Rogue Maximus. So here, I have some cool little goodies that we're gonna play with. So let's see. I'm gonna move the camera. Ooh, I think I need to speed it up a little bit, though. You guys are always my test people. So if you see here, move it over a little bit. Sorry, it's a little bit weird to work with on the phone. So we got this monster. Now, when I say monster, this extreme board is a 4-dim board, so we might not break any records because we can't really push memory, because to really push memory, you need to have a 2-dim board. It's the way they orient the slots. I'm going to end up running quad channel because that's how I've been setting up, so that's pretty much what we're going to do. This board, you can literally, I think it weighs the same amount as my Xeon board. It's quite ridiculous. It's pretty awesome because anything that's ridiculous, I like. So that's pretty cool. So let's see, are those bare bones? So yeah, you saw when I removed the heat spreaders. Those are all the modules that I removed the heat spreaders for. They're bin modules. They're really good modules. So let's see. Let's start taking it apart because I want to get some testing done. We're going to use my big boy pot here. I don't think I ever got to show you guys like the inside of it. Now on this pot we're going to be using, I don't know if it translates. You can faintly see some holes. Let's see if I can get the good enough light on it. What happened is basically they drilled from the sides through, and then they actually plugged it up again. So this basically is kind of like a debauer pot, where it's going from the sides and going from the top. So we're going to try this and see how it works. I haven't tried it personally on the mainstream. I've only used it on the bigger chips, so it's going to be interesting to play with. Actually, we did use it on AMD, but yeah, one of the reasons why you haven't seen me lately is because I killed that impact board, and to be honest, I've been playing with it for too long. Sometimes I go down the rabbit hole of trying to fix things. Oh, what's going on, slackers? Hello from PCH, MG. What's going on? I crashed you before when you guys were talking to Dan Cap. Dan Cap. Alright, so I got some other stuff to show you too. I might break stuff, so it's kind of my job. Alright, now that we're moving stuff out of the way, we get a nice, good look of the board. Now, if you guys were following me on Twitter, you can see a bunch of different stuff. You can see my nice thumbprints on this, because, to be honest, this thing is like a thumbprint, like, I don't know, magnet. Every time I touch it, and you can't, it's a pain in the butt to just wipe off. But we're going to have to take apart this board. So, the one thing I want to show you guys pretty much is underneath. So, if you've been following a couple other YouTubers, bench-wise, you'll see that Kingpin released what's called the Atlas little bench board. This thing is a cheap little alternative than instead of using like the box. So what you do is you get the standoffs, you screw them in, and you basically have a place to rest your board. Now it's supposed to be able to keep up with like a bunch of weight and a bunch of pots and all sorts of good stuff on there. So yeah, but yeah. If you want to pick them up, you can check out kingpincooling.com. They're really, really cheap. 25 bucks. It's great to just throw out instead of throwing it on the box if you just want to do some bench testing. Because most people have their daily rig, and if they want to play around and do some cool stuff, it's the perfect thing to use. I mean, really, you can't get any cheaper and easier than this. It's portable. All you do is unscrew them. So, but yeah, there's a plug if you want to check it out and get your own. So, the other thing is, so let's go over the Maximus Extreme a little bit. Do you see how this board is seriously monster? It is so heavy. It's pretty much almost as heavy as my Xeon board. Not really, but it almost feels like it. But it is sick. To be honest, it's a very good looking board. I really like it. That's one of the reasons why I want to put eraser on it, is because I don't really want to liquid tape it. The last board I did that was the Impact, and of course, after one session, it died. So now I can't even RMA the board. So we're gonna try out eraser this time, see how it does. We're gonna use a heater too, but we're gonna end up having to take apart this whole beast. So I guess I'll just shut up right now, and we'll start doing it, right? So let me adjust the camera again, move some stuff around. Oop, wrong way. Alright, it's easier if I just go by this. I'm trying to use this phone app. Alright, so now you can see. Let's move out the 10 gen chips. We'll go over. I got a bunch of eraser. Really good amount. Can't hate on that. We got all the necessities. So we got alcohol. This is 99% good. This is the good stuff. This is the really good stuff. This is the stuff where you make what is it called? Hand sanitizer out of. This is stuff you want to. I bought this a while ago. It's kind of funny because pro benchers all have this stuff. So how many power phases it has? I don't know. We're going to have to take a look. I don't remember offhand. To be honest, I'm more excited for the Apex. This is more, I would say, as... I don't know what you want to say. This is more of like a daily system that I would use. But, I don't know. So, the thing is, taking these apart, there's so, it's the one thing that's ridiculous about this board. There's a lot to it. So let me, I gotta take off the old cooling solution. I was using a Optimus, the Optimus signature block. Oh, you want to talk about a sexy block? Badass. But I want to make sure I don't lose any of the components because obviously I'll use it. Did somebody say moonshine? Don't tease me with a good time. No, I don't actually even drink. Hit the like button already. What are you guys slackers doing? So what is it today? Wednesday? I'm losing track of days. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm going nuts. Chase Jones, Bearded Hardware, nice monitor. Thanks, broski. I like it. It's Acer Predator. It's a newer version. When I messed up the old one, I needed a new one, so. Alright. Yeah, I'll have to show you guys that signature block. To be honest, it's really, really impressive. I'm starting to think that and maybe the new EK block. I still have to check it. Just from the design, it's very similar, so. But I'll have to show you guys that. Dude, shipping the Optimus to Europe costs $40. Is that worth it? To be honest, I would say yes. To be honest, the Optimus stuff is pretty damn sexy. I'm not gonna lie. Did I get a Z490 Dark yet? No, I did not. I heard there's a little birdie told me that it's gonna be a tiny bit for them. Kind of like how it always is with EVGA. So, we should have one soon, so, hey. I got enough stuff to test with now, so I don't necessarily mind. But I figured the Dark should be here soon, so. Alright, let's take the memory, put it out of the way. It's funny, somebody was telling me, yeah, don't do liquid nitrogen to take the heat spreaders off. I've done it pretty much for every module that I've had, and every one that I've actually used heat on, or I've actually killed more modules with heat than it is cold, so. I figure when I've taken memory down, like, back in the day, you used to do memory clocking, and you could actually put a liquid nitrogen container on them because it actually did well with cold. Now, most of the time when we put liquid nitrogen on, or a pot on there, it's actually to keep it hotter. It's pretty funny. F2 my super chat. What happened to your super chat? Is that an Acer X34P? I don't really remember. I think it's something like that. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I looked at the specs and stuff. But probably. Alright, so we took the memory out. I'm just going to leave the chip in because there's really no reason to take it out. You can see that it's just this same mainstream chip. Doesn't really look much different than the other ones. The only thing I'm going to do is clean it though. So, that way, because a lot of the times, all I do is basically I'll get this damn paste everywhere, like in the beard. It drives me nuts. So we're going to wipe it off and clean it off so we don't have to worry about that, but most likely it will end up in the beard somehow. Just how it is. So what are you slackers up to today? Anything you guys particularly want to see? Are you excited for this 10900? The reviewers so far seem to be bored. Yeah, that's one of the things that I was kind of disappointed in, and seeing a bunch of the reviewers, they were bored. And to be honest, I do understand it. It's really, there's not much difference between a 9900K and this chip. It's basically just 2 more cores, and they did some cooling enhancements. So, I mean, the one thing that's really super cool that obviously we're going to get into is that these things clock like no tomorrow. Like, they're so damn, like, I expect this thing to hit pretty hard. But we will see. From what I've tested it out, this chip would do about 5.4. It'd be about 5380. So with the 480 rads, the Optimus block, it would do about 5380 R15, or between 5380 and 5360 R15 at 1.375 volts, and that's at basically a level 6. What's it called? Load line. So if you, it's always confusing when you go. When we start going over settings, I'll go over each one. But you, sir, are the second most handsome Viking in the world, second only to that guy named Tim. Yeah, whatever, Jesticles, but thanks for the $5. Watch everyone's views on it. Let's overclock this bitch. I like your style. So what we're doing right now is we're gonna basically insulate with kneaded eraser. The only problem about this is trying to like unpack it. Ben, have you got the Apex yet? No, I've been really waiting for the Apex. They keep telling me that it's coming, but I hear a bunch of other people. I think basically they might have some issues with on the retail side, so they're postponing it a little bit. I don't know. All I know is I better have it soon, because I'm actually really excited about that board. All right. Kneaded eraser kind of feels funny. It's kind of cool, though. All right. Says DeBauer got one to 7.2. 7.2 should be easy. Elmore did 7.7. John Elmore of Elmore Labs. He's a good dude, man. I've known John for a while. He basically did 7.7. I think that was on liquid helium. We obviously don't have liquid helium here because, number one, I probably wouldn't even buy it. It's so damn expensive. It's like 100 times the price, for me at least. It depends where you are. Says 7.1 for W Prime. That's pretty awesome. Josh Ray, Optimus water cooling. Whoa, smash the CPU. What's going on, Josh Ray? I was just talking about Optimus water blocks. Actually, let's see. I'm gonna forward you guys over. I want you guys to see this signature block. Oop, wrong way. All right. So if you look at this thing, this is the nice signature block. This thing is beefy. It's actually one of the heaviest, smaller blocks that I've actually felt. Like, I was actually really surprised when I picked it up, like, how beastly it is. So I highly recommend it for any of the Intel systems for 1090 or 10900K or 9900K. Definitely an awesome block. To be honest, I don't want to scratch it all up. It's so pretty. It's almost as pretty as me. Almost. Alright, so let's get back to it. Gotta knead the eraser a little bit. This one seems to be a little bit more stickier. A little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Roy Mayer. You're a big dude, I gotta get back in the gym. Yeah, I was pretty much born this way. It's very shiny black. Alright, so see, what's cool about the kneaded eraser, you can basically manipulate it any which way. The only thing that worries me a little bit is that this one seems to leave a little bit of residue. That's kind of why I'm going like this. Try to get it all together. So we're gonna end up trying to do this. The one thing that I have to do though is take this thing apart. Now, if you look at this damn board, there's probably gonna be like 100 screws on this thing. So I guess let's get started on that before we do anything else. Need some like water on my hand. That stuff is like so sticky. I was gonna say, no music stop. What's going on, Various ECG. What's up, slackers? What CR spray do you recommend? This is the CRC spray to get, and most likely it's in my description. This is the stuff to get. Do not get the blue can. The blue can, well, you can get the blue can, but it's higher pressure and it seems to leave more of a residue. So usually what I'll do is I'll spray everything down with this, and then I'll go over it with this, because it tends to leave a little bit of a residue, not much. This gets pretty much everything you need off. So. What else? Good man, Heat Killer 4 or Optimus PC Foundation block? I don't know. I actually just got the Optimus PC Foundation block. I can't really say. I haven't really looked at it. So, I got a box of goodies that we're going to go over. We're going to do a video on that stuff too. So, just stay tuned for that. EK, I got designed around the die placement of the Ryzens. It's pretty decent. Time to beat DeBauer. Yeah, DeBauer's not much of an overclocker anymore. He thinks it's so easy anymore. It's kind of funny. I'm just busting balls. He's a good dude. As long as he sends me pots. Because if he actually contacted me the other day, and it's pretty funny because he said he's sending me pots. So we're going to make a mental note for this right now. That Roman, a.k.a. DeBauer, said he would send me a CPU pot and a GPU pot. So the famous German perfection engineering, or whatever the hell it is, they suck at shipping. Last time I got something from him, it took like 3 months. So, but anyways, I'm just busting. Brian Miccolo, can you run a daily rig with kneaded eraser all over the board? You sure can. The one thing that you can do with, you can basically run it, but you want to be careful on some heat zones, right? So with this, it kind of sucks in the heat, so it might make your board hotter. So it's kind of a little bit much. So I would recommend, if you're going to run it on air, and it also depends on how thick you put it, I would actually take the eraser off. That's kind of the major benefit here of the eraser, is that you can take it off and it's not a pain in the ass. Because if you use stuff like the liquid electrical tape that I've showed you guys before, this stuff is like almost impossible to get off. So, I mean, it's up to you what you want. This tends to be a little bit more reliable. I haven't really used eraser in a long time, probably good 6-7 years. I use it sometimes just to go around the socket to make sure that there's no air and stuff in there. But yeah. Oh no, what is this doing? Let me make sure. I'm using a Ronin SC if you guys are trying to figure out what the hell is going on over there. Sometimes it likes to be a little bitchy. It's kind of like me sometimes. Not gonna lie, I get a little bitchy sometimes. Not with this song, though. Alright, so I'm gonna get into it, taking apart this board. I'm gonna go quiet a little bit. I'll try to answer questions and stuff. 20 threads at 7 gigahertz just for your RGB disc. I think we should be able to hit 7 gig pretty easy. This backplate is crazy. I can't believe how much of, like... I swear, this board is so beastly. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to remember where to put these damn screws back. Oh, we're already getting longer ones. Alright, so the 2 long ones go up the top. I needed some Red Bull. I need to get fired up. So who do you think had the best review, and who do you think had the worst review today? We'll review YouTubers today. Let's see. Does it just pull right off? No. I figured we're going to have to get it from the top. We could actually hit 7 gigs? Sure. Why wouldn't we be able to? I think what we did, I think the 9900 KS we did 7 gigahertz. I don't see a reason why we don't hit 7 gigahertz here, so I'll probably just, CPU Z-wise, we'll probably hit it. R15, I would probably think about 6.9. Maybe like 6.5 or 6.85-ish, something like that. I love MSI's BIOS, plus their ITX boards kick ass. Not sure where that came up. I think there was something before it. You get bitchy? I don't believe you. You're just a big cuddly teddy bear. You sure, Joe? Sure, Joe? Oh, GN needs to make a Mobo mod mat. That would be a great idea. Did you see their new mod mat, or was it a mouse pad? I think it was a mouse pad. That shit looks cool. Yeah, I had some mem issues in the Z390 Dark as well. Well, a lot of the issues that I know are on there have a lot to do with BIOS, so definitely upgrade your BIOS first. While I try to figure out how to take this damn thing off. Alright. Let me see if I can find where the parts are. So the top part seems to be able to be good. It's more down here. So... oh, there it is. Let's see. We got two... we want to keep track of this, because remember, we want to put this board back to stock, so... uh-oh, did we get it? I think we got a bunch of it, but still not all of it. Oop, I found another one. Paul and Hardware Inbox did well. Gamers Nexus and LTT were good, but boring. Yeah, you know what? You gotta give them a break sometimes, though. I mean, it's not the easiest thing to make this stuff look interesting, you know? It's a very hard topic, if you know what I'm saying. Z490, hoping they get on top of that. I guess you're probably talking about EVGA. Usman, what's up, Slacker? What is going on? So it looks like YouTube is way behind me. I can't really figure out what's going on. So, I don't know. They have a command center that you have to, like, access, and it doesn't really tell me crap. It's, like, basically borderline useless. So, if there's something going on and I don't know about it, just let me know. Why are you putting it back to stock? Well, I want to use this board. There's no reason to... holy jeez. This is the craziest thing about the Maximus Extreme. In the box, if you want basically like the full-blown board that comes with everything and its mother, this is the board to do it. But it looks like they have... I've never taken this board apart, so it's pretty interesting to find. It must be... oh, the RGBs. So it looks like they have the RGB plate on the cold plate, which is interesting. Very nerve-wracking with these little flat connectors. Alright. So I'm just going to put this board over here for now. Actually, if you look at the back of the board, you'll see that the cold plate actually works. So they basically have all the RGB on the cold plate, which is interesting. But we have some pads here too, so I don't want to lose the pads. I want to see where they go. Oh, okay. Where are we going here? I totally got... there we go. I'll put this one here. That way we don't lose anything, because I'm actually I have a total tendency to just throw it in a box and then forget about it, and then it becomes a ultimate mess. So what I want to do is try to keep this as much as possible, like keep it together, because I'd like to put it back. Alright, what do we see here? YouTube's dashboard is not great. Nope, it kind of sucks. Just improved my R15 by 1 huge point. Dan, what's up, Slacker? If you guys don't know who Dan is, he's probably got a bunch of world records out there. I haven't checked anything. Been good outside of Ryzen, breaking my brain. Yep, Ryzen can do that, but also can Intel. Pretty much. I don't know. Totally woke up to Odin himself sprawled out. So what do you guys think about the desk? I actually like the desk. I'm just glad I didn't have to pay $1,200 for it. Because technically I probably wouldn't get it then. But it is a cool desk, and it's going to be a cool showpiece to show a bunch of different stuff, so. Can I overclock my RGB? Yes, you can. On the desk. What is the highest it has hit temp-wise? What are we talking about? Losing track. There's so many people in here. Alright, let me just put this back. And we'll get... It's going to take forever just to do this board, I have a feeling. Alright, and then we got the little ones. So, I'm going to put this over here. Keep it organized, because I usually never do. Alright, so that's phase one. Time to get more into it. Alright. They really put a shit ton on this board, huh? I like the desk, but don't like the price. I know, you figured they would throw a PC in there, too, for that price. But the one part is nice is that the lowering and the raising, I highly recommend it, especially if you work in IT and you're always sitting down. It's nice to basically get up and stand up. Like, I don't know if you guys can see right here, but basically I have both these desks are basically crank up. And I usually never change them because it's just annoying to do. So, having the button to just do works pretty damn well. Alright, now we got about 50 other screws to take off. Like seriously? You see, like, one right here, one right here, one right here, one right here. It's a little ridiculous. Let's see. So much to take off. No, there's no tater tots. Highly disappointed that there's no tater tots. Everything is better when tater tots are there. And if you're new to the stream, I like to slack hard. If you want to support the stream, good way to do it is go to beardedhardware.com. We got shirts. I'm a little back on some of the orders. We're going to take care of them this weekend. So if you're waiting for a shirt, it's going to go out. I've been doing too much just trying to catch up with this stuff. Right. How many screws are we going to have here? Jeez. I really wonder how they put these through the factory. You got some dude just going cheat, 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 cheat. Bitch queen. The Apex is insane, my guy. I heard loads of feedback, and just judging from HWBot subs, I believe it. Yeah, it's pretty much, it's supposed to be, according to Roman, the easiest to bench. Overclocking's just easy anymore. Ugh, they're gonna make me take off the whole thing. Need an electronic precision screwdriver. Nah. I'm not really into them. I've had a couple of them, actually. I tend to not like them. I'd rather just do it like hand tight, but even with these gargantuan hands, basically I over tighten anyway. So, I don't know. What's up, Slacker? Where's the tater tot? Oh, shit, Adam. Yeah, I gotta go pick it up in the mail. Like I said, I'm slacking, broski. Thanks for the $5, though. I appreciate it. I'll end up getting it probably tomorrow. I do have to shoot some video, though, so we'll see. What's your thoughts on the Apex board? Well, I'd know more when I got one, so we'll see. You'll find out what I think about it when I actually get one. Oh, what do we say here? Made sure to get my first stand desk motorized. Definitely nice to be able to switch quickly and easily. That's one of the best things about the desk, is being able to do it easily. Dude, how many screws are here, man? We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're still not done. I'm just taking everyone off. this oh, it's all one piece? You're kidding me. Oh. We got some movement there. Alright, I might be able to get it off then. Try not to take everything apart. Of course, they gotta throw this little screw in there. Yeah, usually if you want to do a, oh, jeez. There we go. Still more. What do we got here? This is the fun part. Trying to figure out not to break shit. Oh, there's another one. Like, really? You need these two little screws? I wonder if they're for Wi-Fi. Most likely. There we go. That took a lot of effort. All right. I think that's all we're gonna do. I don't think I'm gonna take off the other piece, because we're gonna go pretty cold, but really what I'm worried about is messing with anything here. Some thermal pad breakage. Oh man, this one's a shitty one. Let's see, can you guys see? Sucks having big hands. Not sure I like these thermal pads. They seem like they're pretty crappy. They almost seem like they're dead. Ugh. I'll have to get more when I put this back together. Try to smush them together. That sometimes works. There we go. Alright, so pretty nice board. Seems like I want to say that people were telling me that the Apex actually has less of a VRM than this board is. So I'm curious about that. If Dan's on there, if he can enlighten me on that. Let's try to... I gotta clean up around here. Liquid electrotape is much better than Vaseline, but at least with Vash you can wash it off. Yeah, but the Vash is also a pain in the ass to wash off. If you ever wash Vash off, it's a pain in the ass. Agree. Waiting on DDR5? I guess that's not a bad plan, but I couldn't wait that long. I need something to play with. Alright, let me get some of these screws and get them all out of the way. Whoa, almost lost the horn. It's rough having hands this big. What motherboard am I stripping down? It is the Asus ROG Maximus 12 Extreme. The name's just as long as it takes to take the thing apart. Alright, so I got my piles of stuff over there. Alright, so we're gonna end up using... I don't know if you guys have seen before. If you're new to the show, and what we do is basically, you see this? What this is, it's actually a heater. So what this is going to do is this is going to go on the bottom of the board. We basically have a thermal pad that goes over it. Let me see, where did I put it? I have one that's pretty much beat to crap. Ugh. So usually what we do is put the thermal pad on, because this conducts heat to the board to keep it basically warm. So, but this can also go have an adverse effect, where basically it can cause too much heat. But I usually use this just to basically for initial testing and for basically bringing it down cold. It works very well. The reason why is when you're bringing down cold, sometimes it takes a long time, so the whole board will freeze over, memory gets all, basically goes to shit, and then you can't basically go. Hopefully you can beat the 7.2. Was that the board that you had fingerprints on Twitter? I know, so many people, like, I must have, like, killed their OCD because of the fingerprints. Yeah, it wasn't really a show picture, it was just basically, yeah, I'm testing, if you know what I'm saying. Alright, so, yeah, if you want to get a heater, if you want to get into liquid nitrogen stuff, or pretty much any Sub-Zero, I highly recommend these. You can get them at kingpincooling.com. It's basically, it's called the Inferno. So I'll show you how to set it up in a second. Let's start rolling with this. I want a bench. I'm too excited. Says, someone on HWBot got 7.7 gigahertz on helium. Those are the Asus guys. They spent a shit ton on just liquid helium. It's expensive. So what you're going to do is with kneaded eraser, you're going to basically knead it down. And you're going to make a nice thin layer. You don't need anything too crazy. What's crazy about this stuff is it actually conducts, like, temperature. Not actually, like, you know, resistance. So basically what you want to do is just put a thin layer over the spots, over anything that's showing. So what we're going to do is just, of course, I have like the worst hands for this. It's good to have some pokers and maybe use plastic ones. So I use the, what is it, the iFixit kit. So you can just use these and just press down and get it all kneaded in there, so that way what you want to do is basically, if there's any water that's pooling, you want that water to not be able to short anything. So 9900K would be a little different. You could get a TEEP topology board and actually apply more VISA to brute force the better clock to an extent. I don't even know where that came from on the 9900K. I ain't reading all the way back. Sorry, broski. If you want to explain, explain. While I do this. So what you're going to do is just make it into small pieces. Basically go around with it. Try to make some more room. I don't know if can you guys see all right? Let's see if we can get a... There you go. Unfortunately, this is the best lens you're gonna get without me turning it off. So we're just gonna put it everywhere. I want to check temps because I don't know how it's gonna. This board, the VRM, is actually gonna work with it. So let's see. I'm just gonna do a thin layer. Remember, we just want to block water from going on there. I feel like it's sticking more to me than the board itself. Hardware numbers. What's up, Slacker? If you like extreme overclocking and you love to watch it done, like what we're gonna do later, hardware numbers. He does a lot of AMD stuff. So if you like that, go check it out. Like and subscribe over on his side. Like the stream so Joe doesn't get sad. 1 like equals 1 happy Joe. That is so true. The more you like, the more I like you. We gotta support the dream. More YouTube. The more you likes you give me, the more I'm able to keep doing this. And even if you did, I'd probably do it anyway, because that's just what I do. So we're just doing a thin layer of art eraser, basically, all the way around. We're going to basically do, like, this whole area right here. We're not going to really need it on Mem. The heater's probably going to take place on that, and shouldn't be needed too much. We are going to probably put a little bit of layer here, so that way if there's anything that falls off the pot, it doesn't fall into the slots or anything. So you want to be careful. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done eraser. It works well, though. I can't complain about it. The Mad Dutch Dude. What's up, broski? You've been slacking on L&2 stuff. Now, the real main point of this is to really get any metal points, right? Because you don't want anything to short. You don't want water to build up and short out and kill your beautiful new CPU. Ooh, this one's pretty good. So basically, on the MOSFETs, you want to kind of go through, or not MOSFET, choked. Yeah, this will work. Trying to shove it in there. Seems to be working pretty well. So what have you guys been doing for your corona? Did you guys doing anything good? Just stuck in the house? You guys going, any of you going back to work or anything? How's your corona vacation been? Try to make a bright eye of it, you know. Hello there, Slacker Broski. Look who it is. It's Tullius. What's up, Slacker? How you doing, Broski? My favorite Indian friend. Actually, I can't say favorite, because then I'll make everybody else jealous. But I still love you. Alright. I'm going to shove more in there. Now, we just want to try to do like a really thin layer. I just want to get over this one part right here. You can still see the short just because of how I smushed it down. I just don't want any getting in there. Any water getting in there and giving me a bad day, because I only have one 1099 100K, so I don't want to kill it. I think we need to find a better tool. Let me see here. Ooh, this might work better. Alright, let's see. I'm going to roll this one real thin. Stuck in the motherfucking house and I'm mad as shit right now. I miss my friends and I cannot go anywhere. Well, that sucks. Well, at least you get to come and hang out with me. I know, it's been kind of weird, man. To be honest, I need a day out. I think maybe like Friday or something, I'm going to maybe go out on the boat or something. Hardware numbers, you going to do a video for the 10700? I don't know, did he actually do I don't know if he did an Intel 10900K one. I haven't seen any results on the 10700K, which is interesting. I would think that they would send me one. I don't know why they didn't. I have a 10600K, which we're actually going to stream. Or maybe we'll have to combine powers with Captain Overclock and maybe do that one there. I don't know. I'll have to talk to Steve and see what he says. I do miss my buddy. I feel like we need to get a stream on sometime. I feel like he needs my powers. 460 current people here and only 168 likes. Come on, like. And thanks. You know what's funny? I can't even see how many people are actually on. So to hear that many people, that's pretty damn cool. I hope you guys are enjoying. I know it's going to take you a while. It's going to take me a while to get us to that point. So if you're a little bit bored and you want to come back a little bit later, I still love you. It's cool. It's just going to take a little while. You got to go through this step because we don't want to blow up the board. Well, we can blow up the board. We just don't want to kill the chip. Usually when you blow up an VRM, a lot of times you kill the chip too, but not always. A lot of the time, though. Just as long as things need fixing, I work. Well, that's good, Joe. Oh, here is why I can't get you to answer your messages. Yes. It's called streaming. These little tools aren't half bad, actually. Oh, 10600 is a peasant CPU, not for the Viking god. I know, right? Well, so I might as well just talk about some of the things we're going to do. So, some things I have planned this week. So, I figured we'd do an OC guide. So, plan for tomorrow, I'm going to do an OC guide on this board. I'll show you stuff now, but I'll do a summarized video so that way you guys can get it. Because I always get complaints that the streams are too long to watch, that you can't figure out, and you don't want to go through the whole thing. So what I'm going to start doing is we're going to do guides, and we're going to do a guide each one of each board. So what I'll do is I'll basically go through, and we'll do a guide tomorrow, and post up probably on Friday, because I want to do a boat day Friday. I need a boat day. I've been cooped up in here way too long. I need to get out. I need to get on my Viking ship. I'm looking for 41. Where's the diapers? What do you mean, where's the diapers? Are you saying I'm old? Trying to see if High Cookie has an XOC BIOS. I don't know. I would definitely ask him for a BIOS. Cookie seemed like he was on a tear. If you guys haven't seen my Twitter and seen the cookie of a cookie, that shit was funny. His wife actually loves to do, like, for their daughter, like, awesome, like, little cool, like, pictures and stuff. It's pretty damn cool. She's really good at it. If you saw on my Twitter, it's basically a cookie of High Cookie. $3.99 for the Apex? I think that's a good value. Seems like most boards are like that. I feel like every board you're gonna get is gonna be around that price range. I mean, and it is a limited board. Like, it's the beast of the board to get, right? So. I wish I got the time to be able to do this yesterday. Guinness World Record, highest OC on a boat. Imagine having a wife. Oh, come on, Shabito. I don't even know if I said that right, but it sounds good to me. All right. So we're getting there. We're not going to go too crazy with this one. I have to open up another package. This stuff is sticky. Build a Viking longboat on and OC it. That would be pretty cool. There's some nice $200 boards for non-OC. RGB baby changing table. I love that table. I mean, that's actually, I think that's one of my favorite, the worm going around. Oh, man. So hard having big hands. How many gigahertz already? Well, we're pretty much slacking right now because we're preparing. I always get it. You guys always ask me if I set up. It's like you guys always want to know how I set up. So I'm showing you how this time. Takes a little bit longer to get down to the good stuff, but at least you guys know how to do it. And usually with something like this, you just take your time. Never rush in anything like this. You'll see when we do some modding guides, because I plan on doing some of those this year. Especially when that 3080 Ti comes down. Build a boat out of motherboards? It's pretty funny, actually. Alright, let's see. I guess we can just put this one right here. Alright, we're getting there. Just learn the BIOS. Alright, so now we gotta open up another one. Luckily, I have plenty, right? It's usually the problem when I order something. I usually never order enough, so... This time, I'm pretty good. Going to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That game looks pretty badass. I heard they have a picture of me on there, huh? This is the most important part, honestly. Tullius, you are totally correct. It sucks when you kill things. That's just pretty much how it is. That tool actually works pretty well for taking these apart. My hands are too damn big. It's one of the reasons why I never got into, like, working on cars and stuff. Well, I do, but I usually have other people do it because you can't fit these hands in a damn car anymore. Throw this out. We still have to do that 3900 fix video. I love the fact you're showing us the steps. You're welcome, Jay. If you guys want to support the channel, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, because we're going to be doing lots of good stuff now since I'm full-time now. So we got a lot of stuff to do. So make sure you like and subscribe and you join us every single time. Is it possible to solder on a new VRM if they burn out? It is actually possible. I've killed a bunch of GPUs like that, where it really depends on what fails. Sometimes, if it's internal to the board itself, it's almost kind of to the point where you probably have to do an external power card or anything like that. So it really depends on what fails, is pretty much what it is. One character on Valhalla vid look just like me, Paul? Or just like you? They stole your image. Is that Faber-Castell needed eraser, broski? I don't even know which kind it is. To be honest, I'll have to check. I don't remember where I got it. Ooh, Robert Mandrill. At this round, I'll avoid the 10th series and buy a new drone. Highly recommend drones. I have a, Mavic Pro 2? I love it, especially for sunset shots. Whoa, shit. What is CRC? CRC is a QD electronic cleaner. Now, CRC also makes like a brake cleaner. They make that's the name of the company that makes it. So, you want QD electronic cleaner? So if you ever get paste in a socket and everybody tells you, oh, the board's dead, bullshit. You spray this, just hold the board upside down, it's gonna drip off, and all the paste will just disappear. It's the easiest thing. I laugh at people when they do that shit. It's kind of funny. Wait, how did I get here? I don't know, that sounds like a problem. Now that you're here, I bet you're welcome. Let's see. Let's make sure the memory slots are good. Usually the beginning part is the worst. Water usually builds up all in here. So you want to be a little careful. I think if you saw Roman, how he did the liquid electrical tape, I was going to do that, but if it was the Apex, I would have done a liquid electrical tape. But since it's the Extreme, I might use this board after, because it really is, like, if you want to get a board for daily and you want to overclock it, I mean, this thing is pretty badass. They give you a lot of cool shit with it, too, so I highly recommend buying this board. It's a cool board. How is my progress? Well, my progress is sitting here trying to knead this eraser into the slots. Or not the slots, but I have a feeling this eraser is going to be hard to get off anyway, so it's been a while since I've used it. Yeah, so 10.9 to 100K, I keep on hearing people who are telling me that, like, they cannot find one. Didn't they have one at, what's it called? Didn't anybody have pre-order or anything like that? Or if anybody wants to share? Because I could have sworn I thought there was some pre-orders on the 10.9 100K. But I mean, that's pretty much how it is all the time. I mean, when the 3950X came out, it took me forever to get one. I was highly disappointed because I wanted to do a cool-ass stream. How long did it take you to figure out to build a PC, and how long was it? Well, to be honest, I built my first PC myself probably when I was like 12. And it's not bad. I mean, building your PC, it's really trying to figure out, like... Back then, it was a lot harder to install drivers. Windows 10's pretty easy, like, compared to what it used to be back in the day when you had to do, like, Windows NT4 and stuff like that. I remember Windows 2000, Windows XP. Windows XP was pretty revolutionary. Windows 2000 was the gap, though. That was a pretty cool OS. I haven't seen one of those OSs in years. A lot of the guys that do, like, a bunch of older stuff... So I hear we're slacking on likes. Oh, I am definitely a full-time slacker. What am I doing? I am putting kneaded eraser to insulate the board so that way we can put some juice on this baby. And by juice, I mean liquid nitrogen. So we can super cool this baby and hit 7 gigahertz. Right. We're getting there. I don't think it's going to be too long. Maybe another 20 minutes. Yeah, I remember when XP came out, I was actually doing, like, beta. They had, like, this weird program that you could get in on beta, and I was testing it on a bunch of different stuff. The era of IDE cables. You remember those? Those are terrible. I remember when SATA came out, I thought it was amazing. It's amazing how a cable can change your mind. Yeah, I think that probably the best way to get it is if you can go to, like, a micro center. I wish there was a micro center around here. I'm in, basically the Tampa area. They used to have Tiger Direct here. What's crazy, back in the day, back in, like, I don't know, 2000, all the 2010, up to 2010, maybe to, like, 2014, we had so many Tiger Directs, but then they ended up going out, no, I guess they didn't go out of business, but... They closed all their brick and mortar stores around here, which bummed me out because I used to get my CPUs from there. And you can't really order online from Micro Center. I need to find a good Micro Center hookup. Wait, does a full-time slacker slack more or less than a part-time slacker? Well, if part-time slacker is slacking just a little bit, is slacking too much, I think we have less slack. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, Molex. I hate Molex cables, to be honest. They're like one of my, like, biggest pet peeves. I hate that cable connection. Built my first PC when I was 59 last year. Damn, dude. What you been waiting for, man? In South Tampa, and wish Micro Center came down here as well. I know, I have to tell the CEO. I've actually showed the CEO at Computex time how to actually bench. It's kind of funny. He's a real nice dude. Let's see, what do we got here? Tiger Direct CompUSA was our only hope, right? And it's so sad that it's not there anymore. I remember 1998 you having a Mobo explaining IDE to me. Wow, Mark, that's a long time ago. And I do remember explaining that to you too. That's funny. I've known Mark for years. He's a little boy. The CEO of Tiger Direct went to jail. They sold the name and website. Well... If you ever went to one of those, they have, like, the shittiest parts. I kind of hated it when you go there. I was like, this sucks. So many Floridians in this chat. Hey, you gotta love the Floridians. Florida man. Gotta have Florida man. Hi, Joe. What's up, Gaming Evolved? Thermal Mike. What's up, Slacker? 20 minutes away. So lucky. The only Micro Center. You suck. Yeah, they're all up north, too. Alright, so let's see. What's going on here? I'm gonna... Some guys like to actually close around the CPU. Debating on if I want to do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that now. Maybe we'll test that out another time. I just want to bench. I just want to bench. 3 hours away? I think the closest micro center to me is Georgia, which sucks. Alright. Yeah, so if you guys are slacking here, make sure you like. That way, it helps the dream. And then we can slack all the time. And if you don't like it, make sure you dislike. But we don't want that now. But if you feel the way you do, go for it anyway. Alright, I think around the CPU is pretty good. Now we just gotta hit the outside area. Probably do like right around here. Get all this spot, and we'll get right here just for the fun. And then we also gotta do the back too. Make sure I don't lose that hole. This stuff's kind of fun to play with. You can mold it. It's like clay, basically. Kneaded eraser. It's funny, as a kid, I never thought I would ever use this stuff. It's kind of funny. And we got a Russian dude. I have no idea what that is even saying. There are 2 micro centers in Atlanta. Yeah, I know there used to be... I've been to, I think, 1 up there. It says, hey man, here in the UK, there's nothing except online shopping. The stores are shit. Damn! How many cores is this one? This is the 10 core. This is the new 10900K. It doesn't look much different, but the power is so much better. It's glorious. Alright, we're getting there. Trying to make it not too thick on the VRM. Just want to make sure. Sean D, what up, Spawns? Just finished grilling the family some dinner. Now I get to watch you smoke Roman's 10-core record. The metal gods demand blood. I love it. Well, it should be so easy, because you know Roman. I just love messing with him. Thanks for the $5 though, Sean. I appreciate it. Make sure you like and subscribe. That way you can follow on. We're going to be doing a lot of good stuff. I just got this the other day. You know what this is? This is a donor CPU, so that way I can fix my 3900X. I figure we're going to be doing a video on that. I've been slacking too long. We need to get some good stuff going. Trying to get water cooling parts sucks in UK. Doesn't Overclockers UK sell a bunch of different stuff? Why are micro centers so... There should be a lot more. If only we get here. Let's see. A couple of spots I just want to get. Now, the crazy stuff about this is it actually conducts heat. So you'll see it actually conducts cold too, so you want to be careful using this stuff. Nice! Trulis! Norwegian Viking chiming in. I approve of this stream. Well, I'm glad it meets your approval there, broski. Welcome to the Slacker Army. Plus, I got some cool Slacker Army stuff coming too. I've been trying to work on that, trying to get some shirts, man. It's just been a pain. Trying to prepare for the kid to come and all sorts of stuff. I wasn't really expecting the corona, if you know what I'm saying. But I don't think anybody was, so. Alright. So I think we're pretty good on that side. Let's get... Get a couple little spots right here. If we get 600 likes, Joe, we'll do a cover of ABBA's Dancing Queen. $5. Justicles! That's my favorite nickname for him. The King Jester. Yeah, you have to be careful with this stuff because it will actually conduct cold. So it will basically, what I mean by conduct cold, it's probably a bad name to use, but basically what it does is it will transfer cold. So you got to be careful where you're going to put it to. On the VRM, it shouldn't be too bad, but I don't think I've ever used it with the heater, though. So I'm curious to see how this works. We need to make sure that we're going to keep all the temp sensor stuff going, so that way it doesn't overheat. But we're getting there. We're getting there. You guys are waiting patiently, checking out the Slacker stream live, and I need more of this stuff. Now, you can pretty much find this on Amazon, find it ever. Now, if you want, make sure you use my links in the description. It helps. Anytime you buy anything from one of those links, it actually goes through and it helps the channel. So, make sure you do that if you want to help support. You can also go to beardedhardware.com, pick up some shirts. You can also go to Teespring. I think what's on YouTube, you can actually go and check out shirts there. That's for the guys that are out of the U.S. because they can't really ship everything out. It's such a pain to try to ship anything out of country. I really hate it. I'm trying to find a better way, so we'll figure out something. But for you guys to get something, you can always order online there. Now, if you guys always want to come and talk to me, I have a Discord that you basically can go to Patreon on. Patreon's one of the best ways to help support me. You can basically just go to Patreon, you subscribe, you get access to Discord, and you can come hang out with me. We have a good group of guys over there. It's always fun. I might get a little bitchy sometimes, but that's just because I'm probably hangry and I didn't have enough tater tots, if you know what I'm saying. Says, how about an Etsy shop, free and sell print-on-demand t-shirts and stuff? That's actually what I do now. I actually make my shirts, so I'm already one step ahead of you, Will. Or Alberta. All sorts. Yeah. I'm glad I don't really have to go back. I feel bad for employees. Oh, sorry, broski. It's tough times out there. I hope you guys are all doing well. All my slacker brothers and sisters. Some tough times. So even if you can't donate or support the stream, you can do it just by liking and subscribing. That's all I ask. Because whatever you guys do, you help support the dream. We can do this all the time. And I got so much stuff planned. I'm like the king of ideas. I got so many ideas, I usually just don't have enough time to basically go through it. But now I actually have the time. So it's pretty cool. It's hard to believe. I actually was kind of planning to go more full-time at the end of the year, not like now. So now I have a bunch of time, because if I don't end up doing any of this stuff, I'm going to end up going crazy. I'm the type of person that has to work. It doesn't matter what you do. I have to be able to do something. And if I'm not doing anything, I'll go crazy. I knit shirts from him. Random guy, you're killing me, broski. Matt Carroll, $3.99. Here's to the tot fund. Keep on slacking. Thank you, broski. I love my tots. Anybody who doesn't like tots, man, can't trust that person. Cannot trust them. Must be evil or something. It's pretty funny because Steve dies basically whenever I say that, so that's why I keep doing it. You gotta do it. He probably doesn't even like it, but hey, he'll have to deal with it. Alright. This one's a little bit stickier than the other one. Stickier. I'm gonna leave that thermal pad there. This is more or less just a, so if it like, a lot of the times you get condensation on the pot, and if it falls off, bad things happen. So as long as we cover most of it, we should be pretty good. Now using the heater is going to be really beneficial because it's going to not heat up the whole board. Or it should heat the whole board so that way it doesn't get cold. So let's see. So what's the goal? The goal is to, I don't know. To be honest, this is the first, I have not touched the 10900K when it comes to liquid nitrogen. So usually on any type of first bench, I just want to make sure I work out any issues. I want to make sure that it's working correctly. So finding the initial settings, going through it. That's why I use the heater, because the heater can actually mess up the VRM sometimes if you're not doing it right. So I think the goal is probably just to beat Roman. I want to definitely hit 7 gigahertz, show you guys 7 gig. And I kind of want to, I don't know. I think we'll do R15, see what the max R15 is. And then maybe just see what all cores will go to. So I have a feeling we'll see 7 gig, I think, no problem. I'm just too excited and I want to just stop insulating. It's like torturing me. Alright, let's get it over here. It's not a problem with this stuff. BC Jester, $10. Joe has a website for merch, but his warehouse worker is currently dealing with cravings for peanut butter and pickles along with needing to pee every 20 minutes. Isn't that the damn truth? God, I love you, Jestel. Jesticles. Oh, you are a craftsman, Bearded Hardware. Thank you, broski. I try. I just like to tinker with stuff, man. I've been doing this since I was a little kid. Everything I used to take apart. Try to get some in here. I just like to tinker around, figure out how stuff works. It's basically what you have to do. What compound am I using? Or I guess you're talking about paste? So the paste I'm using is, I don't know, we could maybe try both. It depends. I'm probably going to have to dry the board after. So we'll probably only get one use out of this stream. So what we're going to end up using, I got a brand new batch of Kingpin that Vince sent me. So we're going to use that. It seems to be my favorite. Roman hasn't sent me the liquid helium version. It's actually pink grizzly. So until he does, I'm probably just going to use the KP. Because I know when he finally gets his pot, sending those pots to me, it's going to be probably September. William Goodman, I don't think lapping a 3950X is going to help. You'd be surprised. Any CPU that basically is soldered, there always tends to be a lot of warping. And by basically going through and lapping, you're fixing that warp. One of the benchers, Alan, they call him Splave, right? He basically showed off his 10900K. And I didn't want to guide... Oh, so... Actually, I guess I mistakenly said that I was going to do the OC guide. So the first thing I was going to do, my first video is going to be tomorrow, or my next video is going to be tomorrow. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to lap this chip. So that's going to be the first video. So we're going to do a before, take temperatures, see how big the difference is, and then I'm going to lap it, and then we're going to see what we can do after. So that's going to be the video for Friday, and then probably Monday I'll have the OC guide, maybe Sunday, I haven't decided yet. Is this a bin chip? I don't think it is. I wasn't told it was a bin. Usually, Intel's pretty cool like that. If they send me something, they'll tell me if it's bin or not. So that way, I don't know. So that way, they're very honest and they actually basically tell me to let you guys know. Because they don't want to try to... They know they pretty much get beat up if they lie about stuff, so... They're good like that. They like to be honest. I like to keep them honest, too. With liquid helium, wasn't it Cryo Extreme? I don't know what they're calling it. All I know is it's pink. It's kind of fitting for Roman. He's a little bit feminine. Just kidding. I was waiting for him to come up on here. Hey. This stuff is sticky. There's a couple of these that are like really sticky and annoying. And remember, we still gotta do the back too. So, we're not out of the woods yet. Just join in. Did I miss anything or just setting up? Just setting up. We're insulating the board now with the Art Eraser. And this is to basically protect it from any condensation that builds up on the board. We're also going to be using a heater from kpcooling.com. Which I also showed the Atlas. If the Atlas is a small bench board. Little bench station. So that way you can... set up a PC pretty much anywhere and for dirt cheap. Need to do my current CPU on the metographic prep setup at work when I get back into work. That's what's perfect about that Atlas. I'll show you in a second. My hands are all sticky. For 25 bucks, you basically get a plate. And to be honest, it works. This board is like super heavy, so it's actually a perfect test. I've been playing with it on there for a while. Now, if you're new to the stream, the board I'm using is the Maximus 12 Extreme. So this is the 4-dim board. I'm waiting for my Apex to come in the mail. It should be here sometime soon, hopefully. If not, then I'll just have to wait for the EVGA Dark. It says, I play WoW and listen to you. Well, thanks, Gabby Tack. I appreciate it. You know what? It's kind of funny. This whole time, I actually have not even, like, played one game. Which is highly disappointing. Usually, I'm a big PUBG type guy. How much is the 10900K right now? I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of people that actually can't find them. So, to be honest, I don't know how much they're going for. Probably anywhere from 500 to 550. I heard the bulk order is at like 480. So, depending on how people mark them up, I'm not sure. Maybe if there's someone in here who maybe went to Micro Center and saw how much they are, that's a good accurate account. Tater tots are bite-sized hash browns. They're hash browns, but better. They're little mere mortals of goodness or something? I don't know. Alright, I think we're almost done with the top. Now I remember why I don't like using eraser. But see, make sure there's no spots that I missed. It's probably a little ones. The heater should probably keep it mostly warm so we don't have to worry about it. I am kind of worried about maybe what temps it's going to hit. So we just got to keep paying attention to it. It says, with that setup, I should be able to go to P400 without an issue, and it's perfectly because the machine controls the movement on the spinning granite plate. Oh, that's pretty badass. Why don't you just spray the board with clear coat paint and cover the slots to deal with condensation? That's another way you can do it. So the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I want to use the board after. So a lot of the times when you use any type of conformal, you're not taking it off. Did you ever try to take conformal on? Sucks. William Goodman, thanks for the $2. 10900K is $529 at Micro Center. Thanks, broski. I know that question's going around. It seems like Micro Center, if you can find a buddy that maybe goes to Micro Center. I know we used to do that a lot. So if you go into, if you have a couple buddies and one lives near Micro Center, not a bad idea to do it. 10900K is 5300 or 530 on Newegg. They have a 10700 for 409. That's in stock. Joe, are you gonna take off the other half of the board? No, I'm not taking off the other half of the board. No reason to. This will probably build up condensation, but I'm not really worried about. The main components that you have to worry about are like right here. So I am debating of putting it in the memory slots. Because a lot of the times what happens is the cold drifts into here onto the modules. Because especially they get a little hotter than normal. And then basically they start dripping water in there. So we're going to stick some in there too. Who the hell disliked on the stream? I think they probably disliked because I told them to dislike. If you wanted to dislike. I don't really care. As long as you basically do something like dislike. What happens is when you guys do that, it actually starts showing up for more people. So the more you like and subscribe and all that, the more and more people are going to come and like. I was like 10 minutes late and that shit was already there. Ah, whatever. It's all good. It's not going to ruin my day. Because I got all you fine folks. Oh, damn it. Again, wish I didn't have these monster-ass hands. But I wouldn't be me, would I? Oh, come on. Get in there. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's really funny. It's like playing with Play-Doh. 2 more dislikes. See, that's what happens, man. I'm not hating. All you bastard dislikes. See what happens? I get a lot of people will probably switch over anyway. Hi from France. What's up? How is France doing right now? I hope everybody's safe. I hope your family's doing well. Ah. Man, this stuff is like really sticky. Most likely when I have to pull it off, I'll have to do another video of just pulling this off and like see how easy it was to clean after. I have no idea what you're doing. It's still fun. Hopefully I'll get to know more down the line and enjoy these vids and stream. Well, that's the point. It's all about learning, right? This is the fun stuff. I'm one of those guys that I just love doing this. I love tinkering around, and I'm a learning too. I have this one rule, like, if you're not learning something, then why do it, right? I love to learn. That's probably why I'm so good at this, because you always gotta learn new shit all the time, right? Pogger, sorry I'm late. What's going on, brother? You're here now. Alright. I feel like this is making a mess anyway, so. Last concert you went to, and what are you looking forward to after all this? Shit, I can't even remember the last concert. Oh, I think it was, a country concert. I think, was it Luke Bryan? That was the last I don't really go to too many concerts, to be honest. I'm too big. I end up running into people and shit. It's kind of annoying. Greetings from the safe Greece. What's going on? Or is Europe now opening up, or is like, what's going on with that? I thought I heard news the other day that like you guys are opening up, because we have a lot of places that are in lockdown still here. You never know what's on the news nowadays. I feel like everybody says media goes either way sometimes, so you never know. Right. We're not gonna go too crazy in the member slots, but yeah, if you guys want to hang out and do a lot more stuff offline other than streams, you can always join Patreon. We got a couple different routes. I think the least cost is about $2 a month, and then you get to come in Discord and harass me. That's what Justicles likes to do all the time. And to be honest, I enjoy it. I enjoy messing with you slackers. The slacker army is strong. Ooh, this tool works a little bit better. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm about over this stuff, though. Almost everything is open now in Greece. Well, that's good. I'd like to see that. There's nothing better, nothing better than actually being able to work, you know? NL is opening up a bit. Restaurants and schools. That's good to hear. I gotta say, it has been a weird month, huh? Or a weird couple months. I'm just glad everybody's doing good. Or being safe, you know? Nothing wrong with being safe. I feel like liquid electrical tape probably would have take less time the way I do it. I usually use that. If you guys have watched the insulting video, that's where I actually use liquid electrical tape, and you'll see how I use a syringe and stuff like that. It almost seems like this takes just as long, if you know what I'm saying. Nice. Rizos, Colorado, thank you. It's just very fun. Guys, can you see my message? I can see your message. Yeah, but what I was saying before is, like, I really have not PC gamed in a while. I guess I got too much to do. You guys always make me want to not slack, do some videos and stuff. But I've been slacking on videos. I need to keep on doing it more. I hope you guys enjoyed the table one. The table one was pretty fun, but man, it was like, I felt so rusty doing it. That just means I need to do more videos, if you know what I'm saying. Glad to hear you're doing good at the moment. Can't need do you bench anymore. I think he's a slacker now. Ugh. Trying to get this puppy done. Alright, I think we're pretty much good for the top of the board. Now to do the back of the board. So if you guys can see, if you guys are new to the stream, we're insulating. So we're insulating all around the CPU, so that way if any condensation builds up, we don't kill the board or the CPU, because killing stuff sucks. Trust me, a little piece of me dies every time a little OC component dies. So you want to make sure. Bearing machinist, I haven't stopped working. They just cut my overtime. Well, that's bullshit. Yes, the gray stuff is kneaded eraser, which your art teacher probably used to throw at you when you were younger. I know my art teacher used to do that to me all the time. I'm now a Patreon. Aaron, awesome, broski. Thank you, because you guys are helping support the dream, man. I couldn't do any of this without you. I do this shit for you guys. You guys make it enjoyable. If I didn't have you guys, I don't know if I would do this as much. I wouldn't have as much fun. And that's the point, is to have fun. My one rule in life is that if you're not having fun, then why the hell are you doing it? Or why are you not doing it, if you know what I'm saying? It says, what memory are you going to use? I'm going to use the Royals. So if you guys checked out my one video where I'm removing DDR4 heat spreaders with liquid nitrogen, those are the same exact modules I'm using now. So if anybody told you that it's dangerous to use liquid nitrogen, it goes to show you that all those modules are working mighty great. Ever used liquid electrical tape? Yes. I just don't like taking it off. It's the biggest pain in the ass. It says, I'll give you $2 a month to give you shit, Joe. Now that's pretty funny. Ugh. Alright, so we're going to put kneaded eraser on the back. What you want to do is you want to cover any of the caps that are there. You don't want water to be there. There was someone on Facebook the other day that I wanted to make sure that they did this. You just want to cover that. We're not going to put real thick, just so that it covers it. No air. One of the main parts, you're basically going to put this eraser all around here, right? We're going to do a nice, thin layer. Hey, I enjoy it. Puked all over art teacher's floor in high school. I don't know, I had a shitty art teacher. It was terrible. Kenny is definitely a slacker. You're up to 24 Patreons. Woohoo! Yep, I'm getting better. We love it. But like I was saying, if you're not having fun, then you shouldn't be doing this shit at all. What is the other dude? Agreed, weird last month, our best month in 2 years. Wow, that is crazy. I learned not having fun, don't do it. Thing years ago, playing COD and ended up just raging out in 30 minutes. Traded the game in and don't touch it almost a year. Well, that sucks. Yeah, dude. Games can be frustrating, especially when you have, like, cheat modes and shit. That shit drives me nuts. Especially, like, PUBG for a while was like that. Says, nice record, Slacker. Over 600 concurrent viewers. Come on, more likes. Man, well, if the YouTube interface would actually work, I would be able to see that, but that's pretty cool. I can't complain about having a bunch of slackers here. So make sure you like and subscribe if you're here. Don't slack as much as I do. Alright. Alright, so one of the things you want to do is a lot of times on memory, so these, obviously, this is his connected to memory. So you want to kind of cover over these, because you'll get pools of water on them and they go to crap. So what I'm going to do is just try to put a thin layer that just covers it all up. We're not going to go too crazy. Probably just go to probably right here and around. I'm going to probably go all the way up here. This area tends to get a little bit watery, and I think it's just because the heat from the top, you have basically all the phases right here. Well, on the other side, but it usually just gets hot. Ah. Remember when the stream had less than 100? Yeah, it's a big stream today because we're going to be doing some cool shit. We need to beat Roman. Tell him it's not that easy. Well, it probably is easy to beat Roman. That's what I do agree in. Right. This is taking way longer than I expected, but we're going to go until we get to LN2, and we're going to go for a while on LN2, so it will be worth it. What do you guys think we're going to hit for clocks? Soup Can Astronaut, thanks for the 50 bucks, bro. Danish Slackers watching. Gotta love my Danish Slacker army. I like cheese Danishes. I guess that's probably how the name came about, right? Need a rolling pin and lay out this stuff. I know, right? It's funny, I was just thinking that as you said it. It's like sticky though. It almost need, like, you almost need flour. But the nice part is actually when, oh yeah, this is definitely gonna be a 6-hour stream probably. Yeah, the nice part about this is actually taking it off. It's much easier than trying to do liquid electrical tape, bro. The liquid electrical tape's not easy to get off, and it really depends on what brand you use. Like, this stuff is a pain in the ass, but this stuff also works the best. Like, it doesn't flake off. But I just don't, it's just too damn permanent. I bet you'll hit 7.2. I'm sure we'll probably hit, I think my goal is probably we're going to hit around probably 7.4 or 7.5. And that's just CPU-Z. That's not going to be like R15 or anything like that. I think this chip, from what I've heard with other ones, is that this chip is on the real good side. So it seems like it's one of the better chips from all the ones seen out there. Okay, 7.2. I'm glad I bought a lot of eraser, huh? Okay, fine. I'm buying a 10900K. I miss overclocking. Don't beg the Silicon Devil. Might not be that easy to beat Roman. Roman didn't really do anything special. And to be honest, back in the day, it was fun beating Roman. Especially when in APAC. It was fun beating those guys. Just join Patreon. I agree. Make sure you quit slacking. If you have a chance to clock together, I'll show you the way of diapers on LN2 clocking. So, oh, so you're the diaper man. Yeah, we'll get to see something. Well, it would be awesome if Computex was coming up, but it's kind of weird. Like, this is like the first time in 6 years that I will be in the USA and miss Computex. It's crazy. Says Steve mentioned he hit 7 gigahertz, so maybe you'll do 7.5. Oh, if Steve did 7, then I'm doing 7.5. I hope he heard that too, because it's so much fun to mess with him. Steve don't care. He's not sensitive. About that, at least. Alright. This is a sticky one now. I'm going to roll this puppy up. Alright, we're just going to take out a couple. Try to get a nice thin layer. I'm going to finish this up and I want to get some clocking done, man. I'm so excited. I just want to... It's awesome. If it was 7 nanometer, good luck cooling it. Well, I think it's funny how everybody talks about 7 nanometer. And what's cool is it does use less power, but it's still a heat monster. I don't care what anybody says, man. I've benched the 3900, the 3950... they still, like, on water are heat monsters. That's pretty much how they are. I am excited to see Zen 3, though. I think that's going to be, like, the real AMD... I don't know. It really just depends on what Intel comes out with, too. I think that's going to drive Intel to come out with cool stuff. Sean D, Steve seems like a most chill dude. He is. But he never slacks. He's always doing something. He's young yet. He needs to learn that you got to slack a little bit so that way you can work hard, if you know what I'm saying. All right, we're going to need this one with the monster hands. This is like the hand workout. If you want to get a hand workout, just do this. Are B-die rips chips random when it comes memory? I don't even know what you mean by that. I mean, B-die, each chip on the IAC would be all B-die. And they usually have the same, like, ID on them. Or ID, what do you want to talk about? Like, the same batch. That's what I'm trying to think of. I can't think of shit right now. All this kneading, it's driving me nuts. I need to stop kneading. Rip Bitwit. 420. So what are we on likes? Are you guys slacking and not liking? Come on, slackers. If you want me to do more streams, you guys gotta like. I don't even know how much likes we have. I have no idea how many viewers we have. It's kind of funny. It's kind of enjoyable, because then I don't really worry about it, right? Work hard, slack harder. Exactly. See, Hardware Numbers knows where to do it. I know the best handwork. We're getting there. I know it takes a while, but it will be worth it in the end. This one needs good cooling to work properly. Nah, it's not that bad. Don't believe all that nonsense. To be honest, it's actually like a better 9900K. I'm surprised I haven't heard that line more. Because it's really what it is. Says, this is how you got those sexy arm guys. Watch and learn. This is probably true. The hands muscles, this is from this. And then if you're going to do lapping, we'll lap this chip. I was going to do it yesterday, but I ran out of time. I had to wait for liquid nitrogen to get here. I had to get the tank over. It was actually supposed to be here Monday. Didn't come till Tuesday. But yeah. So we got about almost 600. Well, that's cool. How many likes we got? You guys are slacking on likes. You gotta like it up. Come on, support the dream. Flexing the board. Literally flexing the board by pressing it. Sure. That's the one thing I gotta be careful about. I don't want to be flexing this damn board too much. Prep is key. Listen to the man. It's true. Prep is pretty much... Most of benching is actually prep, to be honest. You always want to prep, like, your operating system. You always want to prep your insulation. Oh, this one sucks. It's too sticky. Spirit Hardware, if Sega made a new next-gen console, would they use Intel? Team Blue with Team Blue? They have so many exclusives decades old. Huh? Interesting thought. If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. Wise words from Hardware Numbers. Likes equals slacks. If you want to slack, make sure you like. Alright. Alright, that feels a little bit better. A little bit more malleable. I love that word. Such a stupid, funny word, but... Sticking more to my hand than the board. Flex those guns for the squad, though. To be honest, I haven't hit the gym in years. I need to get on it. I usually just get it from doing this stuff. That's how I get the arms, man. Oh, the PPP. Proper planning prevents piss poor performance. My grandfather used to say that shit all the time. Has anyone ever tried an LN2 loop? Yes, actually. Kingpin did one. It was actually pretty cool. There's a video if you look on Engadget. I know I'm in it. I was teaching the Engadget dude how to do liquid nitrogen to combat the closed loop chiller. The problem is there's so much. The LN2 loop the problem with it is setup, to be honest. It's a pain in the ass. Because you figure, like, when you're setting up water cooling and you want to do, like, bend pipes, like, you want to do hard tubing and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of USB ports on this thing. There's also a lot of, this stuff on the damn board now. I'm glad I bought it so much. I didn't even think I would use this much. Yeah, I have a big 160 liters of liquid nitrogen, so... I'll be benching this. I'll probably do some more videos, too, on doing some liquid nitrogen stuff. I have some cool ideas. Yes, RoboClocker. Yeah, RoboClocker is just one of them. There was actually another guy that used to do them here. They just never took off, because it's a pain in the ass to do. Did you photo shoot the LN2 loop as you can steal his design? We don't steal stuff. To be honest, it's more of a pain in the ass. I'd rather just put a pot, like a liquid nitrogen pot on it, and do it manually. Because otherwise, like, it's a way more of a pain in the ass. Plus, you have to have big tanks, because you have to have a proper pressure. It's not easy to do from, like, the little doers, and those things are heavy as it is. You end up ruining stuff, like your floors and stuff like that, so... It's just not manageable. It's just a little bit of a pain in the ass. How much does 160 liters of juice run you? So, I think it runs about maybe 200 bucks delivered to my house. Which is actually a pretty good deal. You gotta figure with that, that's tax and everything included. So. What is that? Someone off talking, but I feel like competitive overclocking is the only thing where money is first place a lot of the time. I'm not sure what that means. Your design would have Viking horns on it. Oh, without a doubt. One day I'll have my own brand of PC too. That's the goal in the future, is to have my whole line of stuff. Kind of like what DeBauer and APAC do. It will happen one day, I promise you. Alright, try to spread out some of this, because remember, we're going to end up having to put that heater on the back, right? Alright. $200. I need to get some contact in for you later, broski. I know we've spoken about it before. Yeah, 200 is delivered to my house. I don't have to go and try to get everything. It sucks. Drives me nuts. I used to go and get like... I have like 30 liters. Oh man, it would be a pain in the ass. Broski, we get unlimited LN2 at my family hospital? Hey, when we travel, Tullius, I'm gonna come over. I want to do some videos with you, buddy. I'll come over and slack around. I know we planned on maybe doing something. This whole damn Corona thing kind of killed it. All right. Man, this is like a really sticky one. I'm waiting for the weird comments. Alienware. Hey, Alienware, is it located in what, Miami? I met a couple dudes from there. They seem like nice guys. Alright. I think we have one more, and then I think we'll be close to good. We're getting there. Does Airgas rent out the storage container too? Well, Airgas usually sucks. Kind of a pain in the ass. Let's see. Throw some of this out. I hate having a mess. And they're sticking to my hand. My hands are like glue right now from messing with this stuff. We have a huge 2,000... Damn! You have 2,000 liters of liquid nitrogen. Damn! Can we say only bearded hardware can save Alienware? Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna have some big things happening this year, so... I don't know, it's gonna be quite interesting. Hey, second place is the first loser, but it's still fun as hell to do. I've never really been about points and stuff. Like, if you go on HWBot, I'm always the one that I just bench for fun, man. I have a bunch of record scores that I probably could have posted. I just never post. I do it for fun. That's what it's about. I gotta stop posting for a while, actually. I mean, if you follow my Facebook has a lot of stuff, but I don't really use the Facebook stuff that much anymore, so. We're mostly doing YouTube stuff. And I think I'll just go over these. Probably gonna have to wash my hands too, because these things are annoying. I don't know, I think we're looking pretty good. You just want to make sure that there's no possibility of shorts. A lot of the times you can be pretty careful, but it's not about winning, it's about having fun and taking part in learning. Exactly, Tullius. That's why I love Tullius. He gets it, brusky. He gets me. Alright, I think let's just take a look at the top, make sure I didn't miss something. I'm gonna have to put some holes in there, but yeah, there shouldn't be a problem there. We should be good. Went a little bit overkill on some of them, but hey, that is life. It's better to be overkill than underkill, right? I guess we'll just put a piece in here just in case. Someone needs to talk to Asus about having the LN2 mode. These hands don't like it. So what I'm doing right now is insulating the motherboard. So we're gonna basically, to use liquid nitrogen, your board basically is gonna get wet. So how we combat that is basically, we're gonna, instead of using liquid electrical tape, we're gonna use another insulation method, which is basically kneaded eraser. The nice thing about kneaded eraser versus like liquid electrical tape is that you can take it off easier. It's pretty much the same amount of time to apply, but overall it's way easier to take off. And that's really the main goal, because this board is only going to be like a temporary liquid nitrogen board. This board will likely be more of a daily after I'm done doing liquid nitrogen. So, and yes, you can use boards after you put liquid nitrogen on them. As long as you don't kill the board, of course. Alright, I think we're almost at that point. I think we're looking good. What do you guys think, broskies? Ooh. Ah, it's stuck. Oh, the only thing we gotta do is basically the holes. So I got too much here, so just stick a screwdriver. That should be good, that should be good. Alright, now I'm gonna wash my hand because it's really sticky, so I'll be right back. the fingers are clean. Oh, so I just can't stand when I have stuff on my hands. Oh, I lost a horn. Damn it. Hate when that happens. There we go. Alright, so we're pretty much ready to do liquid nitrogen now. Well, to a point. So first things first, one of the problems I always have with this platform is the way the holes line up, right? So I'm gonna have to move that there. I wonder, usually I scratch them in, but I always forget. So what I gotta do is basically put these poles in. Well, you have to put them in a certain way. Put clear nail polish on the board completely. Yep, you can do that too. Nail polish is another insulation method. The only thing you gotta be careful is when you're doing conformal is that you can make certain components hotter. And you gotta be careful with that. And what is that? Hey, Slacker, I missed you. Thomas Pate. What's Junior? What's going on, Slacker? I know, you guys are missing the streams. It's because I killed that damn impact board. That board was kind of funny from the beginning, though. I don't know if you guys remember on the last stream where it wouldn't boot, then I took the CPU out, and then I went and did it again. Always my luck. Alright. So, what I'm going to do here... Gotta see how they line up. I do this every time. You figure I would make marks. Oh, I can't see either. I think that might be it. I do this to myself all the time. Whenever I bench on mainstream. Always like this. I always forget the socket mount. Probably should have done this before I did the... Be a little bit easier, but... Let me do this. I know I have a couple of them. Just give me a sec. It's easier to check on my Apex than my old Apex. I hate Vaseline now. Nope, they're a little bit off. Oh. You have to have them in a certain way, otherwise they won't like... It won't work. It's a pain in the ass. I hate it, but not much you can do. Of course, my lighting is terrible in this one section. Let's try that. It's funny, it keeps sticking. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Okay, I'm back. Either watch your stream or watch a cosplay girl on Twitch. Hold it deep for some. You're killing me, bro. Ah, Billsroy thinks the plastic dip treatment was overheating. Yeah, that's what I worry about, to be honest. I'm just gonna have to use this board. The problem is, I hate Vaseline, and it's all over this board. Don't mind me. This is so damn difficult. Let's try that. Come on. Oh, I hate Vaseline. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves. That's why I don't really use it anymore. Because Vaseline pretty much goes everywhere. Makes everything slippery. Slipperier. Buried one. What's up, slacker? Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Sweet. Thanks, Ryan. Posting overclocking. It was a worse idea to use this board. I always forget. Basically, what you do is you can mark them. Go for the beard, not the moisturizer, bro. Problem is, I can't hold on. Now my hands are all Vaselined up. It's like my biggest pet peeve for sure. Oh, go for the beard, not the moisturizer. Viron, thanks for 10 bucks, broski. Sorry, guys, this is kind of being a pain. Pain in the ass. So let me wipe this off. Problem is I couldn't even twist the things because I got Vass all over my hands. I always forget how to mount these. It's like always happens. Ugh. I used to have them marked. I don't know what the hell happened. Seems like it just came off. Alright, let's try that. Definitely not. I'm gonna say that's always the inner. I wish I didn't have any of them taken apart. I used to scratch the lines in them all the time. So if you guys are new here, basically what we're doing is setting up. I just used kneaded eraser to basically block any points that are going to be shorted. Problem is I just have to line up all these holes. There's basically there's 3 holes on every corner, and if you don't get the right holes, it doesn't let you do it. So you got to figure out which ones. I wish they'd mark it, but Vince is a big time slacker, so I can't always expect that. Need better light. That's not the one. Now I'm kind of pissed I used the Vaseline because now I can't even screw these things in because they're all Vaseline filled. Alright. If you're new here, make sure you like and subscribe. Help support the streams. Because we plan on doing this a lot. Let's see. Come on. Where are we? Ah, it's still wrong. That means it's the other one. Need to make my damn own. Vince spends too much time on his bikes lately? Isn't that for sure? That's okay, he's getting old. I think that's the one. It's always such a pain in the ass. Up to 26 Patreons, awesome. You guys aren't slacking too much, huh? Ah, finally. This is the shitty part about doing it. I don't like it. Once you find out the good combo, it makes it easier, though. See now how simple it is? Problem is all the Vaseline that's on the damn thing. There we go. So basically what I'm just doing is just lining it up. Oh, man. All that Vas basically messed it all up. So I can't do it. There we go. Sweet. Alright, so now we take it off, and then what we gotta do is put the heat pad on it. This thing has obviously been used and abused. So what we want to do, it's probably got beard hair all in it and stuff. And then we just got to put this on top. Doesn't have to be perfect. The main part is what it's going to do is it's going to basically heat up the board. Alright. Now what we want to do is we want to make sure the board, like, the mount doesn't move around. Because that's one of the reasons why you'll get really shitty clocks. If you have a bad mount, and it happens with air too. I've seen a lot of the people that were talking about 10900K not cooling well. I had one guy basically say, man, it runs so hot. But I'm like, yeah, but you must be doing something wrong. Turns out I was right. You know what was wrong? He basically had a bad mount. And his temperatures went from 90 to like 70s. Was able to do like 5.1, 5.2, no problem. The only thing that sucks about this part is actually screwing these down. Beard hair improves conductivity of things. In general, it's like the master conductor is beard hair. Trust me, I shed like very often. It's kind of crazy how much I shed, really. I literally find beard hair more than anything. It's ridiculous. Sean D, you should rename the heat pad to pew pad. They're beard hairs, I swear. Says, I do not know why you use 2 thermal pads on the backside of the mainboard. I don't know what you're talking about, 2 pads. I'm using 1 thermal pad. And what that does is it's going to conduct the heat from the heater to the actual board itself. I think maybe you're asking why they come with 2 heat pads on the back. And that's probably just to fix any heat issues. Hey Beard, is the position of holes for the cooler on 1200 equal to 1151? Yep, looks exactly the same. That's the one thing, at least they haven't changed the one thing that, it's kind of funny that people like AMD guys always complain about the socket changing. But when the holes change, then the cooler changed, that pisses me off. Does it heat the entire board? It will basically heat around the socket. And the reason why we want to do that is because this is a test, right? I have never used liquid nitrogen on this particular board. I've done liquid nitrogen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. But the heater helps from a lot of, so we use, this is basically B-die memory, and a lot of the times with B-die memory is when it gets cold, it messes up. So what the heater will do is make sure the board doesn't get really cold, because we're going to be benching at 190 degrees Celsius. Were they looking at the paste you put on the back? I don't know what paste, I didn't put any paste on the back. I put the liquid electrical, or not liquid electrical, the art eraser on the back. Do you get a cold boot bug like AMD? Of course you do. I think on these ones, on the Apex, it's supposed to be pretty good. This has very similar features compared to the Apex. It's kind of weird. They have this RSVID switch and stuff. I'd rather just basically go. It says, personal opinion, I think the new 10th gen CPUs are ripped off compared to AMD. The motherboards you have to buy and more expensive, so less cores too. It depends on what you want to do. If you want the ultimate gaming rig, AMD just can't hold up. But I mean, I think you're kind of right in some aspects with the 10 core though, because like you can buy a 12 core AMD chip, you get 2 more cores. I mean, I see the logic there. The thing is though, I mean, even when you can overclock AMD pretty well, you're gonna want to, no, not positive 190C, minus 190C. We're gonna get this puppy cold. Beards for the win. Minus 190. There you go. I actually like that. Depending on how the markup goes, the next few months, Intel tends to be a decent low. The 10600K I actually think is a pretty decent chip. I have one I haven't been able to test yet because I want to get this done. AMD for daily, no fun for... I don't know about that. I think the mainstream, like if you are an overclocker and you want to like place with something different than what Intel has, I think the AMD system is definitely worthwhile. Definitely something different to play with. Because to be honest, these have not changed. The way you overclock them hasn't really changed. They pretty much clocks the same as the 6700K back in the day. It's just the 6700K wouldn't hit these speeds. I mean, if you had a really good one, maybe, but... Oh, the PCIe Gen 4, I think, is like one of the worst things ever. It really makes no difference. I mean, for storage, it helps, but realistically, it's not gonna do... It's not like a savior of anything, you know? I mean, GPUs aren't really using it, so is it really all that great? I don't know. I really don't think it is that for that aspect. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing support happen, like where you have a bunch of different stuff. There we go. But anyways, and what money you want to pay for it. Says, what's your opinions on 2700 OCN? Is it too unstable? It is too unstable past 4. I think anywhere, most chips can do 4.1, I think. But 4.2 is really just pushing it. What RAM speeds and timings? Roman didn't really touch his in the vid. So, I'm going to use quad channel. So, he's got the 2 DIMM board. I got the 4 DIMM board. So, he's going to be able to overclock them higher than I'm going to be. So, because of that, I'm going to go with 4 modules over 2 to see if maybe I can get some more, I don't know, get more performance and try to maybe offset it a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. I find AMD much harder to grasp the memory F-clock. The memory F clock, as long as you try to keep, and it's the funny thing about the AMD stuff is that the mainstream platform X570, you really want to have that F clock and memory pretty much the same. It doesn't really make sense to really overclock it the memory really high. It's not really giving you any performance. You really want to match it with the F clock, right? But on the TR40X or on the it's TR40 whatever. On that, it's actually completely different. To be honest, that's one of my favorite platforms is the Threadripper stuff, the new Threadripper stuff. The memory performance actually is pretty damn good, especially with quad channels. So says Paul 2700X was stable at 4.2. That's not bad at all. That's pretty much what most of mine did. So, ooh, Titan V with 5120 CUDA cores hits the PCIe limit. The 3080T will have 5300 CUDA cores. Really? So if you guys don't know who Buried One is, I know he did have a YouTube channel before. I think he does, but he does a lot of mining stuff. But he is very knowledgeable on the GPU side. And we all love the GPU side. I don't care what anybody says. That's pretty much my favorite arena, but NVIDIA's kind of been bleh. When does lowering voltage help in overclocking? That's actually probably one of the best questions I've gotten asked in a while. So when you lower temperature, so if you lower voltages and stuff, you always want to find what voltage you absolutely need. Because you can actually take all your voltages, don't listen to auto, lower them, and you'll get more, the chip will basically be colder. So by doing that, by lowering the voltages, you're basically reducing the amount of heat that's inside the chip. And to be honest, you might be able to overclock it further. But it's also chip dependent, so there's obviously a bunch of caveats in there. Alright, so we're going to put the memory back. And we're going to start putting the pot together. And my hands are still a little sticky from that stuff. You want to make sure you don't get any of that stickiness on the RAM. You want to keep your RAM clean. Alright. How do you guys, can you guys see well? Yeah, you guys can still see. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to end up putting some paper towel down. What I like to do is basically you take a paper towel, you fold it one way. Now you can fold it two ways, right? You can do it like the longer side way or the shorter side way. The shorter side will give you much longer. The other one will give you much shorter. So if Buried Ones is saying basically, so that means maybe PCI Gen 4 is going to be not so useless anymore, which is exciting. Alright, so now when you're putting the paper down, we want basically to try to catch any water. That's the main purpose of the paper towel, right? So what we're going to do is I'm just going to put it down here. What's cool about the eraser is that the paper towel will actually stick to it a little bit, so it basically keeps it where it is. So it's kind of nice in that aspect. Is it preferable to use bare RAM when using LN2? No, that's a great question. No, not always. Sometimes it can be more of a pain. It really depends on the type of memory you're using. A lot of times maybe you want a heatsink. Like especially with LN2 stuff, since cold transfers in here, if I wasn't using a heater, I'd probably put a liquid nitrogen pot on it, so that way I can maintain temperatures on the actual memory itself. So, I mean, that's a great answer. So, if I were to do that, then I would have to have the heat spreaders like this, and I would have to put modules on it. So I'd have to take the stock ones off. And that's usually what I do, but since we're using the heater, the memory is not going to cool so much, so that way you can basically, we don't really necessarily have to worry about it. But you should have some type of fan on it, it helps. "14 of them. What the fuck are you doing? How much power is each rig pulling?" Oh, you're talking to Buried. Buried's a good dude. If you can go check out his channel. I highly recommend him. He's a good dude. Alright, we're getting there. We're almost ready for the juice. So close. Man, I'm actually like so stoked right now. I guess it's kind of cool that it worked out because a lot of times I'll try to do a session before like I bench with you guys. So it's kind of nice. You're going to basically see what I see for the first time. Or basically you're not going to get like a... It's just more fun this way, I feel. I think it was the same with the 3950X. Remember buying Bear Mem. I know, I gotta fill up my Xeon board. We're gonna be doing my editing build, which is gonna be a monster. Xeon. Threadripper is my bench machine. My Xeon's gonna be my workhorse. It's too much fun to bench that I can't use it for a workhorse. Alright, so we're pretty much on the next step closer. So what we're going to do now is I got to put a paste on. So luckily Vince sent me some new kingpin. Now, if you're going to do when you're doing paste and stuff, you need to be careful, right? What I found is that these sealed containers, when after you're done with the paste, put them back in the sealed container. Because otherwise it dries out and all that money you spent on paste is pretty much out the damn window. So, would you say, oh yes, by the way, hi, other than Gamers Nexus, this is the first stream from Bearded Hardware. Well, Bob Flanders, welcome, broski. Ooh, so, see, Vince was good to me. He gave me a full tube for once. He's not slacking this time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do an X. Now, the reason why I like X so much is that it's more or less for liquid nitrogen. But it does work well on water cooling too. What it does is when I put that pot down, what it's going to do is it's going to push the air out to the sides. That air is what causes what we call crack. So basically when there's air underneath there, when it's freezing, it will basically kill the interface between the pot and the paste. So the X, by pushing it down and working on it, what it will do is it will basically suck it down. You can basically put the pot on there and just lift it up. You can lift the whole system up. That's how you know you have a good mount. So we're just going to do a little X. Nothing crazy. Oh. Right, so you're going to notice that I'm going to put it back in the sealed container because we don't want our precious, expensive paste to go bad. It's actually been a while. I've actually been waiting to stream because I was trying to get this stuff in too. When you're benching like Threadripper and all those other crazy CPUs, you go through so much paste because you use so much paste each time. So it's one of the reasons why I haven't been streaming as much lately is because I've been waiting on this. So you'll see right here, I'll show you off. We're just going to do an X. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can get paste all over. It doesn't really matter. It's non-conductive. We just want to have a little bit of an X. And when I put that pot on, and what it's going to do, it's going to spread the air out. What's your go-to paste every day? So I use pretty much either KP or Thermal Grizzly. And I also use Conductinaut or Liquid Metal. So basically, I use any of those. Oh. This pot, it needs a little bit of cleaning. Now this is a pot my buddy made. Another US overclocker actually created this. We need to actually lap it. So basically what's going to happen tomorrow is I'm going to do a video on lapping the 10900K. And we're going to lap this pot because I haven't lapped it yet. It's how he sent it to me like that. So we want to make sure this puppy's flat because that's what we do. Crazy, you've been under a rock, bro. If Intel goes chiplet, they'll have to overcome some of the latency issues. AMD is working. I bet you, I don't know. I have a feeling that Intel's been doing that, and they've been hiding it. They're just trying to get rid of all their stuff that they have. That's my gut feeling. Is that they're basically trying to get as much, I don't know. So we're going to put the pot down. And remember, since it's an X, you want to try to put it down flat. And what I do is I'll basically go hold it down a little bit and kind of squish any air out, right? Says MX4 is perfectly fine for 90. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. I've found some bad batches, but I feel like that's with any paste. So now when I go to pull it off, right? Look at that. Do you see that? So basically, because it sucked out all the air, it almost like suctions to the CPU. That's pretty much why I like the X method. So I can basically pull the pot up, and the board comes with it. So that's how you know you have a good mount. Now we're using, this one didn't really have a bracket that came with it, so I'm going to use basically one of the Kingpin ones that I have. Always having difficulty. You heard it here, folks. Conspiracy theory. Are you busting my balls? You better pay me my $2. You said you'd pay $2 a month for me to bust my balls. I want my $2. I'm just playing. All right. Yeah, the problem with MX4 though is it sucks for LN2. It's just what it is. It basically it starts cracking early. So what happens is when you try to get really cold, there's just no point. I don't think it even goes down to like -50. Who made the pot? I don't know if you know. I think what was his name again? I always forget his handle. It's Travis. Old USA bencher, used to bench for Asus all the time. I always forget what his handle was. I think it's V1, V2. RR, what's up, Slacker? Better late than never. We were basically just insulating, so it's been kind of Oh, you're in the $2. Damn it. Now I can't get rid of you. Pause hardware. Go, 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 Slacker. Touch your nose. What, I got shit on my nose? It's too thin. I agree, because it's too thin. Oh, you're talking about the paste? You're waiting? Touch your nose. I have no idea. Alright, so I think we're good. Now, the one thing you want to do is you don't want to go too hard on the pot. What you want to do, Travis V2. Yeah, exactly. So basically, on here, you want to have it so it's tight enough so that the pot doesn't move. Because if you like to knock it, it's going to break the paste and then you're screwed. Alright, I think we're good. So now what we gotta do is basically kind of take some of this paper towel. I guess we can leave it like that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit more, put some here, and then wrap it around. Alright, so we got that part. And Usually 2 pieces work pretty well. There we go. Now I have a Velcro piece that I always lose for some reason. I feel like I got paste all over again. Where the hell did I put it? That's what happens when I clean up. I always lose whatever I have. Where is it? I might just grab a rubber band in the meantime. Thought I had it. Oh well. Let me grab a rubber band. Rubber bands are a bencher's best friend, basically. Always useful. No worries, we'll be here. We're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. Just trying to make sure that we got this all covered. Now what we're gonna do is gonna cover up Mem 2 a bit. Let's see. We'll just do it with one base. I want to see you hit 8.5 gigahertz. Probably not on this one. What are you saying? Is there space between the rods and pot for paper? Nah, there's no reason to really do it there. That should be good enough. We really just want to protect, like, this will actually get ice all around. So basically what you're going to do is it's just going to fall down. So we want to catch that so it's not going to basically short out anything. So that should be good like that. Now we're going to use the, if you guys are just new to the stream and you haven't, so this is a new thing that they have at kingpincooling.com. It's just an Atlas test bench. So if you want to, we used to use boxes a lot. This is just simpler and it can hold a lot of weight. So easier to just do it this way. Don't want to break anything now. You got to be careful because you can scratch it a little bit. Yes, 7 gigahertz should be very easy, actually. As long as we can get our code settings right. If we can get our code settings right, then we should be good. it's time to set everything up. What we're gonna do, I would like to make this. All right, now we gotta set up everything. You guys can see all right, everything good? Is that chewing gum? It is not chewing gum. It's basically kneaded eraser. It kind of looks like chewing gum, doesn't it? Are you talking about the fluid? Right, I need to get the heater over here so that way I can control it. Keep the hard drive out right now. Need the CPU connectors. Keyboard, all that good stuff. Where's that mouse? Right, GPU. Now we need to connect the CPU connectors. I think we're pretty good to go. I think the only one thing that I need is to run a PCI cable so that way we can use it for the heater. And it's easier if I explain that way. Lost my damn horn again. Ah, much better. Alright, so basically what happens is, so the heater uses a 6-pin PCIe, right? So all I have to basically do, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. So all I have to do is basically connect the 6-pin. But the thing is, you don't want to do it when it's hot, because it's going to create more heat, and you don't want to do that. So tighten them up just a tiny bit. You don't have to go too full crazy. All right. Here's the temps inside. We got about basically 47% humidity, which is pretty high, but that's kind of normal here. Not much you can do really about that. I need to get a dehumidifier, but then it creates a lot of heat in the room, and it's a pain in the ass. Oh, so you guys can see that. Let's do temp meter. So we're gonna test and see. Oh, good. You guys can see that. So 25C. That should be 77, so that matches. That's good. So that's ambient temp. We're gonna turn this on, and what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go into the BIOS, make sure everything boots. I don't know if you guys can see post. No, not really. Maybe try to turn it a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because of. Now what I'll do is I'll switch over views so you guys can start seeing the BIOS too. Can you guys see that all right? Could you please end the show us max performance potential overclock for just the 6 scores and no HT? Beard is like having his chops all excited to overclock this bitch. I'm ready to go. I've been dying. This is basically what I wanted to get to. So when we go in here, you can look at the temp, see how it's 29C. This will pretty much end up catching up to it, so you got to check to see if you have a good mount before you start basically getting cold already. So I'm just going to go and check some settings. Right now, I run at 5 gigahertz real quick, so I'm going to end up keeping this. Make sure we boot. Make sure everything's working correctly before you go cold. What the hell happened to this? Sorry about that, guys. Gotta turn off the music real quick. Hold on one sec. Hold on, let me fix this stuff real quick. You guys see everything all right? Just want to make sure. Having an issue with the GPU card. GPU. Alright, see if that takes care of it. Sorry, one of my monitors was acting way too crazy. No, it's still acting that way, but oh well. How's the temps? So 29.5. So we're basically running 5 gigahertz right now on 10900K. So it doesn't seem like it's too hot, does it? All right, good. Ugh. So basically right now, I'll show you what we're running at. So you basically see 5 gigahertz. Memory OC, we're running 4400 CL16. All right, so let me just turn this one thing off. All right, there we go. What is your record with Intel 9th Gen? It depends on what the record you're talking about. So I was doing like, I think on the 19900K stream I did, it was probably around, I don't know, 7.3, I think? Something like that. I haven't really done too much as far as, I did a lot with earlier on with 9900K, but I was pretty much busy doing real work, you know, that type of stuff. But now we're going to start benching more. So you're going to see, I'm going to show you how to do 3D benching. We're going to do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to do. Somehow the right of your screen is pixelated there, Joe. That's probably yours, not mine. Let me go over here. Something's up with this screen over here. It's driving me nuts. Oh, it's not pixelated. That's the fan. I have a fan running on there. It kind of makes it look pixelated, but it's not. It's actually a fan. All right. So we're at 5 gig. Did you say bench 5? No way, dude. All right. So we're getting pretty hot on temps. But remember, we're running at 1.25 volts, 5 gigahertz, and nothing but just the pot. So whoever is saying these things run too hot, doesn't really run that hot. To be honest, they actually run way colder, and that's just actually because of how they ended up changing. I guess they sanded down the die, and they made it smaller, and then they basically just made it. What is pixelated? Benchmate looks weird? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I saw that. That was like something else going on. Is that better? Yeah, I think I was doing something and I didn't even realize it. Alright, so we're at 5 gig. I'll show you temps, clocks. Hardware info is bomb for that. So right side of the screen. Where does it look pixelated? Oh, well, whatever. So we're just going to keep benching. So if you look, we're at 5 gigahertz right now. We'll go down to temperatures. You see the cores right now are running about 35 to 37, which is normal. You're talking about inside the chip itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to start taking it a little... well, actually, we have to do a couple things first. Number one is we have to set up LN2 mode. Let me just go through. I got to find this guide real quick. EVGA sends out a guide on... Because on this board, we can flip a couple switches. If you saw basically Roman's post, or Roman's video of how he was benching, he was talking about the RSVID switches. That's a couple switches over here by the power button. It's kind of hard to see because you got the big power cable in the way. Basically right here. There's also a thing called LN2 mode. So what we have to do is we actually have to put it in LN2 mode first, so that way we can actually get all the proper voltages, right? What? You guys are driving me nuts. Ah, that's the pixelation. Interesting. I see what you're saying. Let's see if that helps out a bit. There we go. What's the GPU? Is that much better now? It looks like it's good now. Alright, I think we fixed that now. So, let me go in. I gotta go through this doc real quick. Just give me 1 sec. Actually, it's on my other tab. Now, there's a couple of sequence of steps that we have to do. What happened there? Alright, I think we're good. So what I'm going to do is... What happened here? Make sure we got VGA, because it seems like it's causing some issues. Yes, I know, no signal. We'll figure it out. Probably need some juice. Cool it down a little bit. It's getting a little toasty. Alright, so the first things first. Looks like we're good again. It's got to reboot, so just give it a bit. Alright, so the first thing you want to do is, you'll see at the top of this screen, you'll see that it says LN2 mode, right? So it's basically disabled. So what we're going to do is, I like to take it down to almost 0. And I'll set LN2. Sometimes you got to be careful with LN2. I don't think it's going to hurt it that much. But, so what we're going to do is power down. I'm going to take this little jumper and move it into the other mode. Then I'm going to power back up. Oop. Now the way you want to verify is by basically going back into the BIOS and verifying that LN2 mode is there. Yeah, I know Elgato's going to be fine. It has no signal right now. It will get it in a second. Okay, so now usually the first thing that we always get is this F1 to run setup, which is pretty damn annoying. So what we're going to do is basically hit F1, go into the BIOS. It's pretty easy to turn that off. If you go into monitor, you go down to CPU temperature, see where it says monitor, click on it, click ignore. Well, temperature seems high. We're gonna have to get more LN2. Some juice. All right. Alright, well that's chilling down. We're almost down at minus 50, so usually what I do is I'll turn the heater on. So all I have to do is plug in the 6-pin. Now it should heat the opposite end, and basically heat it up so that way it doesn't get cold everywhere and build more condensation. So now we gotta go into, let's see. Just want to go to minus 50 right now. So the next thing is, so we want to make sure, obviously it got hot, so it's definitely LN2 mode is enabled. So the easiest way to see it is basically on the screen. So you see LN2 is now enabled, right? So the next part. Load LN2 OC profile. See what it changed. Oh man, really? That's one thing I don't like about using those modes, so I'm going to try something else just because that's what I do. That way I don't lose all my memory settings. So what we're going to do is 1.5, 1.45, and 1.7. We're going to put the CPU voltage up to 1.5. Yeah, I'll take 40 cache. Well, I guess we can put 45. No, the BIOS is fine. This pot's gonna take a little bit. I actually probably should torch it up a little bit. To help. You need the big torch because this pot is so big. Now the reason why we're doing that is to soak in the pot so that way it's easier to pull down. Now we're gonna go temps. What it does is it helps basically the pot soak it in. 55. Oh, this is number I want gigahertz, 720. Nice, broski. Pay $10, he makes it. Please find it in your heart to play Kivatard. Oh, thanks for the $50, but I can't, broski. It has to be something that where I can't get in trouble for. Because they'll demonetize me so quick. It's kind of ridiculous. 55. Nori, you thought you were going to do the live stream without your bestie, huh? What's up, Slacker? Strange, I'm getting issues with memory. Let's actually try it without the PA. Now it's a little bit different on this board compared to like a normal Apex. So it's a 4-DIMM board. It looks like I'm having memory issues. Basically what happens is, let me just make sure that I'm set up the right way. I might have actually chosen the wrong profile. That's probably why we're getting memory issues. I thought my one profile was supposed to be it, and it doesn't seem like it's it, so. Remember, when you're doing liquid nitrogen stuff, you don't want to try to change too much. Nope, still having an issue. I'm trying to remember what my other settings were. Poor fish debut. What's up with the main cam? What do you mean, what's up with the main cam? It's not moving back and forth? You want to see my pretty face? There you go. Alright, let me just figure out some of the settings. This is the first time going code, so you always have some issues already. How the tater tots been slacking. Of course they have. Alright, so now I gotta go through and kind of just double check to see what all the settings are. I'm gonna go down to 4300. Something was probably changed when we loaded that profile, so I want to make sure. Alright, it looks like we did it. Now what I'm going to do is basically put in the hard drive, and now we're going to go. What OS? We're on Windows 10, the new version. Alright, usually what I do is I always save the profile too. So we're going to do 7. So would you say LN2, 7. Sorry guys, if I'm not, just you're going to have to watch for a little bit. Alright, so we're at minus 140. Hopefully we can go cold on this. So basically what happens is, you really, it's actually much easier to do. You can't see temps? What we're gonna do is do a test R15 run. Check out CPU Z so you guys can see I'm not lying. What's the temp over here? No fair, you guys get better look on the temp than I do. Alright, so we're at 5 gig. RAM's at 4.3. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to run. I want to see how hot this puppy gets. Oh. see, pot. This pot is actually seems really good for this. It might be my saving grace. Because nobody else has this pot. Alright, we're going to now bring it down. We want to go full pot. What I mean by full pot means is basically we're going to fill it up and try to basically get it down to minus 190 C. So far it's looking good. Alright, so what are we at? Minus 182 degrees Celsius. God, this pot is so nice. So it looks like we're a full pot for sure. Alright, now is the time where we actually get the test. So it's rather easy on this board. Basically, you just need to do an LN2 mode, set a couple voltages, VCCI at 1.45, standby at 1.5, and PLL at 1.75. The issue before was because I didn't have memory set up pretty much all the way. Have I hit minus 200? Technically, it pretty much goes down to about minus 196. You won't hit minus 200 on liquid nitrogen. It just doesn't boil that cold. Alright, so let's try some clocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up the voltage. We're going to go right to about 1.75. Alright, and then I'm going to do is we'll just go right to 6 gig. Alright, so there's your 6 gigahertz. We don't have to do real time it. You'd be surprised. This is a custom pot, so it can be probably better than DeBauer's pot right now. When he made that pot, it was different, so this one has a lot more beef than any of his pots do, so. But that could also be counter-effective. It could also not be able to pull the temps down like you want it to, so. Alright, so we're at 6 gig. I'm just going to do a quick run. I want to see how much it pulls down. You see how it's pulling down? This is the issue that I might have with this pot. We don't want it to go down too much. 3242. Alright, I'm going to jump up to 6.5. Alright, he went back to 192. Alright, so we're about 6.5 gigahertz. Thanks for the great content, Lentic. Thanks for the $5, broski. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. Alright, what is going on with the 6 gig? Oh, that's a good idea. I forgot about that. So right now we're at about 205 watts. Well, it was, and it then shut down to 100. Now, this is, oh man, I forgot. The heater, I should have put the heater on a different power supply. It's actually going to it's going to actually measure it more than it should. So that's actually going to be bad. I'm not going to give you the information because it's going to be worse. So we're going to run we'll run another time. I just want to make sure that this pot, so 6.5 was simple. Alright, so we're going to push it up a little bit more. We need to get that cash up, so what I usually do is I come up with a certain amount that I'll end up going by. So I'll always start off at like 6.5 on core and then always 6 gigs. So I know this for a fact will always work. So that way I can basically, this is what my go-to is next time I bench. So what I'm doing is I'm setting up what I can do for the next bench. So we're going to move the cache up, make sure it's set, it says 6 gigahertz. I'm going to close that and we're going to do a nice run. This is where I think maybe Roman's pot will actually maybe do better. We won't hit 8 gigahertz, just not possible. If you guys want to tell me what the actually good scores are, for Juice and Erasers, Jim Harley, thanks for the 10 bucks, broski. All right, so we're at 35.72. How is that on the standings? Anybody want to help me out there? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to push it even further. So now this is where I'm going to start going a little bit higher and higher, right? So we're at 6.5 gigahertz with 6 gig cache, right? What we're going to do, liquid helium is around minus 269. Have you ever had a chance? I actually haven't. The problem is it's like you need like 3 people to do it. And it's like 100 times more expensive than liquid nitrogen. It's crazy. So let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move up to 6.6. And we're just going to go 100 megahertz at a time. We're going to chicken clock a little bit. I just want to kind of get an understanding of what this chip will do. Alright, so we did 6.6 gigahertz. And basically a score of 3626. Alright, so we already beat Roman. Nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to go a little bit higher. I have the feeling this chip will go pretty damn high. So at least maybe 6.8 probably. So I'll do another run at 6.7. Poor 0-2. See, it was worth all that weight, wasn't it? 3852 is at 7 gigahertz. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to hit that. That's, I think, liquid helium numbers. Yeah, so we already beat the Bauer. I don't think he wasn't really trying, though. It's that I can't really say that we beat him or beat him. All right, so 3681. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a score. I usually don't do it often, but I figured I need to start doing it more. I used to always worry about scores, and you really never do that anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a validation. So a validation is basically proving that I'm not cheating, right? 3892, you'd be surprised. Sometimes efficiency wins. You'd be surprised. But highly unlikely that I'm going to hit 7 gig might be tough. Maybe for a specific chip. So, let's see. So, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Save results. So we already did 6.7 gigahertz. Let's do 6.8, right? All right, so 6.8. This is where we're going to tell if we have a really, 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 really good chip, right? So let's see. We'll do a run like this regularly first. So 3681 is our number to beat. Now I wish I had an Apex, because then I could really pump the memory up, but... Oh! We have a failure. Let's see if we have a good boot, though. We might need more voltage, too, so. And there's 3861. All right, so let's go back up to this clock. So we're at 1.75. I'm just gonna go right up to maybe 1.775. So CPU. Well, we gotta do voltage. So 175. So remember what I was telling you guys before is that I go to a certain setting each time. So I'm just gonna go to 6560. Because I know for sure that works, right? So what you want to do is you basically want to go back. So I know this should run. If this doesn't run, then that's a problem, right? And we'll do it all over again. I love the sound of boiling liquid nitrogen. Please let my 6.8 prediction be wrong. Alright, so that's good. So the mount is probably good. So what we're going to do is we're going to go right up to 6.6. I'm just going to chicken clock it basically up a couple. Can you hear that boiling? Oh yeah. All right, so 6.6 worked. Pump some more LN2 in there. All right, so we're going back to 6.7. Kick it off. Probably gonna have to get some more juice. Nice, 36.79. Did that beat our old score? Nope, by 2 points. All right, so now I'm gonna try 6.8 again. If this fails, maybe we'll try a little bit more voltage again. Right, so we're at 6.8 right now. So I want to try to run R15. So we already beat Roman on R15. Have anybody seen, any of my neighbors seen the LN2? When I did the one video where LN2 in boiling water, that was an interesting, fun time. Ugh. 6.8 is just not in the cards. Alright, guys, please support my message to Beard for 6 cores, no hyperthreading, and highest potable clock. Well, we'll have to try that after, but we gotta do this first. Did you see my question about LN2 basically throwing a fit around minus 180? I did not see that question, bro. If you want to ask it again, I'll answer it. Can't wait to get better cooler and see if we really could do nothing extreme, just 4 or something. Well, that'd be cool. Sizzling. Sizzling. Oh, the temperature just didn't die. It's a power off thing. Alright, so we're going to try 1.8 real quick, and then what we're going to do is we're going to try to see how high we can clock it. So we're going to do 1.8 volts. Oop. I'm just going to go right to 6.7 since I know it works. Alright, so we'll do that. Try R15 again. Alright, Make sure juice is topped off. Come on, sucker. Hey, man, I can only do as much as the chip does, if you know what I'm saying. So this is 6.7, but this is at 1.8 volts instead of 1.775. So I just wanted to make sure 6.7 runs, and then we're going to try 6.8 again. Ooh, I think that's higher than before, right? Yep. Let's take a screenshot. So it looks like voltage is a good thing. Usually when you set more voltage and you get a higher score, that means voltage is really good. When everything else fails, just add volts, right? Yes, sir. This is the one thing that takes the longest time. When you want to do validation, I wish they would make it easier somehow. Because a lot of times you'll have you'll be benching like crazy, you break a record, and then you're trying to mess with this stuff, and guess what? It goes to shit. Alright. You know what I think we're going to try instead? We're going to actually try to do the B clock up instead. So instead of going right to 6.8, we're going to put up the B clock. So here, let's try like 150, right? 100.50. So at 100.50, we're going to jump from 6.7 to 6.730. So let's see if we can get some more score out of it that way. So 36.84 is the big run. Ooh, 36.94. So that's pretty good. Good enough for another screenshot. Try to get at least 3,700, right? Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to try more B clock. Sometimes just chips don't like a certain multi. You'd be surprised. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to 1.1. It's usually a little bit more than I usually go on B clock, but hey. So this now gets us up to about 67.65, right? So let's good. Close this out. So we're at 67.65. Let me just fill up some LN2. We're running a little bit low. And kick it off. .5 at 1.4, decent for Lumi. That seems like a decent chip. 1.42. I haven't tried over 1.4 on a cooler, so I'm not sure. Look at that. We broke through 3,700. How sweet is that, huh? Awesome. So that's going to be another screenshot. So we might be able to do it just based upon volts. I'm going to actually set up the volts to probably 1.825. Now, if you're going to be benching and using Benchmate, you got to make sure that you do the proper screenshot. So you got to make sure everything's seen and nothing's over anything. So I'm just going to... I know you guys have my face over it, but hey. So no issues on full pot. We're completely full pot. I'm not sure how much longer this is going to last for R15-wise. As soon as it fails again... Well, I still want to try to get 6.8. So maybe I lied. I think we're going to go up to, instead of going like 50, we'll just do 25 first. Alright, so we're at 6.785. almost 6.8. So let's pour some more juice, get it nice and cold. And see if we were running. What voltage we're at? Okay, we're at 1.8. No! Failure. It's nice. Usually a lot of the times, if it doesn't go, like, higher, or, a lot of the times, you couldn't do this reset, right? Like how we're doing right now. So this is a nice thing by Asus. This means there's basically no cold boot bug. And no cold bug, too. Alright, so we're going to try 1.825. Go with much higher voltage. Actually, we'll try 1.85, actually. And I'm going to go right for 6.8. So right now we're at definitely 6.8. Here, I'll just bring it up on CPU-Z so you guys know. Yep, so 6.8. Hopefully it runs. Put some more juice on her. Wow, definitely no CBB. That seemed like some type of OCP there. That was interesting. I'm going to try 1.85. It might just be too hot. So I think maybe we'll just do, I'll do 6.7 again. And 6 gig. We know this works, so let's make sure. It's weird, I'm seeing like an OCP issue. Alright, follow some more juice. This could be the wall too, so. Instant shutdown. Alright, so I guess that's it. I think we're gonna have to basically. Voltage is definitely not doing anything. I think the next thing what we're gonna try is PLL term. So I'm gonna drop the voltage down because voltage is not helping, it's just shutting off, which is probably getting too hot. So, not sure. This is why you test out before you really go balls to the wall. But let's see. So what I'm gonna do, we were good at about PL term, we're gonna try 1.8. Maybe it helps. Try 101. A lot of the times with R15 and R20, you need to back off the voltage. So, but still, it's not a bad score. Can't complain. We already made Roman look bad, so Hey, why not? I have a feeling when we lap the chip that we'll be able to do 6-8. Probably no problem. Alright, so we're at 101, 6-7. Well, actually, this is like 6-7-6, I think. Ooh, I wonder if we lost mount. Alright, so we don't want to try too much on that. What we're going to end up doing is we're going to try to go for 7 gigahertz now. So we're not going to run a real big load. We're just going to go for CPU Z clocks, which is cool. This is the first session. Remember, we're going to end up lapping this chip. We want to make sure it's sand. Both the pot and the chip both need to be lapped. That could gain us another 50 megahertz, no problem. So it could be that it almost seems like the pot is, the mount is kind of screwed up. Usually when it shuts off like that, it causes a paste crack. So I got to keep an eye on that first. Or keep an eye on it. So I'm going to do some running of stuff. Just give me a sec. Alright, we're just going to go basically 1... actually, we'll go all the way to 1.8. So we're going to go 1.8 volts. PLL turn volts, not going to matter, probably. We'll see. So we're going to go 6-7 right away. And 6 gig. No, it seems the mount's fine. It just probably is, I think a nice lap would probably, a lap chop would be pretty good. John, 199, how many phase VRM is the new Asus board? I kind of forget, actually. I know this one is beefy as hell, but I probably should have saw it when I looked at it before. What are you going to get it? You also never know when you're going to get in the silicon lottery. Isn't that the truth? Alright, so now we're just going to go for clocks. We're going to try to do that magical 7 gigahertz barrier. I don't think that should be a problem. I think we'll probably hit at least 7.2, 7.3. Alright, let's go to 6.9. You guys ready for 7 gig? Needs a lap job. Are we talking processors or strip clubs? Alright, so 7Gs. Look at that magical 7 gig barrier right there. Not too shabby, huh? Alright, let's see if we can go 7.1. I'm going to pump this up to 1.85. We're not running load. We're just going to check what CPU Z is, right? Lap job merch is definitely a good idea. Will sanding a CPU improve temps even when not overclocking? Yes, actually. It will improve your idle and load temps, usually. So we're at 7.1 now. Alright, 7.2. So we're on 7.2 now. Now, when you actually bench CPU Z, like, this is not really normal what you do. A lot of times we use slow mode and they flip a switch and hit F7. It's kind of like the normal Yeah, if I remember correctly. Ugh! It didn't like that. I bet you I can hit 7-3. Is L2 a cold fire? Actually, it is. It's pretty much the same thing. Just the opposite spectrum. Oh, was I using the wrong command? Or is it F9? Shows you how long it's been since I ran this type. Well, anyways, I'm not going to go that far. I really don't care that much about it. So what we're going to do, I want to show you guys 7-3. We're going to get it. Alright, so we're back at 72. So we can get it online. R15 is not using AVX. R20 uses AVX. Yeah, that's true. Alright, so we're at 7-2. Let's go to 7-3. No 7-3. I think we're getting too cold now. The board is probably not liking it. It's working pretty well, though. Especially the Atlas from Kingpin. Alright, so let's try again. Alright, so we're back at 7.2 again. I pushed the voltage pretty hard this time. So we're at 7.2 gigahertz. We're at 1.9 volts. Does not like me setting 7.3 at all. Oh, I think we're done, dudes. Yeah, we might be. Oh, is it gonna move back up? Yeah, at this point, it's probably a little bit. You gotta be careful. The board's not warping. It's definitely cold as fuck. I think this is the time. Usually, when you're starting to have issues like this is the type of stuff when you want to break down. Because right now, you can tell by just all the cold on there and what it looks like. I mean, it's pretty much shot up. Things are getting serious at 1.9. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're on some type of limit. It could be the pace cracked. It could be a couple different things. I have a feeling that the pot and the CPU aren't perfectly together, so it's not going to be probably full max out clocks. So we're going to have to basically sand it down. I'm going to do a video on that tomorrow. So we're basically going to sand it down. I want to do air clocks. So this is what we know for liquid nitrogen clocks. And we'll end up trying it again and see what it does. So that's pretty much what you want to do. Let's see. We'll try one more time at 185. What I'm going to do, actually, we can set up 1875. And what I'll do is I'll basically, we'll go right to 7.2 again. But I'm gonna pop up the beat clock. Sometimes you get some weird limits. Oh man, I meant to run that first. Whoops. It automatically turns off, so it's not a big deal. We're not actually limited by AVX. This is not AVX. R15 is not AVX bench. R20 is. Don't give up easily. If you quit, next stream start from where you stopped so you get more time. Oh, yeah. No, basically what we're going to do is we're going to lap this. Get it all going way better. Yeah, I know. Blue to white. Look at that. It looks so cool, though. It's not the best thing, to be honest, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up CPU-Z. This is what I meant to do before, and I totally screwed it up. We might actually even be able to get more out of it with a different pot, too. So, this is definitely not the last time we're going to be benching it. Only the first time. I'm not gonna do the cache, just gonna basically go up. So we're at 7.2. 7.205. Go up a little bit more. This is kind of what you usually normally do with CPU-Z. Try to push as much as possible. $72.15. Nah, she's done, Ski. We need to break her down. The poor chip. Thing is I don't want to. The problem is this pot takes forever to heat up. So I'm gonna let the LN2 kind of run off a little bit because there's a lot of liquid nitrogen in there. Yeah, PLO I'm not gonna try right now. I gotta make sure I save the chip, so I'm not gonna go too crazy with it now. I'd rather do it with a lap job. Dude, unsync. Oh yeah, I should unsync AVX. Right now it's kind of late to do that though. Let's try this, though. We'll do a quick run. All right, so she's running. Torch. We gotta use the torch to heat it back up. Maybe that's just the limit. I think when we lap it, we're gonna gain at least 50 to 100 megahertz. So, how is 8244? All right, we'll try 6.6. This pod is fascinating. I don't even have to fill it up. With 4 cores to 6 cores, we'll probably go up to pretty much 7.2, 7.3, 7.4. You'd be surprised. What's cool about the 10 core too is that you can actually 83. What's a decent R20 score? What times are we at? 179. So let's see what the limit is of R20 before we stop. Try 6.7. Surprising that 6.7 is actually running. And it ran. God damn it. One thing I don't like about R20 is like verification sucks for it. So what I gotta do for verification is basically open up CPU-Z, make sure it doesn't cover anything. Oh, whatever. I'm not really looking for validation anyway. I gotta use a better GPU. But anyways, so it's weird that we're doing 6.7 and our limit was basically the same on R15, so something's weird. I'm gonna start beat clocking it up a little bit. We were just basically running R15, so I just want to see how high this will run. Usually R20 basically is a little bit different. It's kind of crazy. Usually R15 you can get a little bit more clock out of it, but it seems like it's pretty close right now, which is kind of surprising. Seems on point. So let's try a little bit higher. We're at... Yeah, we're over 3,700 on R15 for sure. So we're about 67.31. Trying another... I think we were at 67.15 before. It almost seems like a slower load on R20, so it's actually, it might be better. It's weird. Very strange, to be honest. Now, if it fails in the next, like, maybe next couple B clocks up, it makes sense that maybe we have a wall. Ooh, that's a nice score. Alright, so let's try 75. Pour some juice. You guys gotta remember that these are multi-core benches that are... Well, yeah, I definitely beat Roman score. He's not really trying, though. Like, you gotta understand, like, when he and I were at our peak, like, we used to, like... make it do a lot more. Yeah, so that seems about right. So it seems like we have a wall on the chip, because at that one about 67.50, which is pretty much almost 6. That seems about right. So I guarantee you we're gonna end up having give it a lap job and play around. You think of tater tots? Now I'm hungry. Gold fires are I want some tater tots. Yeah, I think at this point it's time to break down. We don't want to kill the board. We might have to save a little bit for the Apex when it comes. But we're gonna end up lapping this, giving the chip a lap job. I'm gonna do water testing before and after to show you. So like if you guys want to do it yourselves, how much it might gain. I'm gonna actually show you in the video of like what you want to do, how you want to do it, basically what you're doing, like when you're sanding, basically trying to figure out what's going on. But that's going to be pretty much Friday, I think. So we don't want to make sure that we don't kill the board too quick, if you know what I'm saying. I think we got higher than 37.10. Let's check out the scores. So we did 85.66 on R20. $37.12. Apex is going to be a lot tighter map. So I'm trying to run quad. So what was the max clocks we did? So 67.31. So the next B clock up is when I couldn't run R20 anymore. So that's about within range. Usually it's like a step off for R20 versus basically the normal one. Yes, lap jobs for everybody. I need some tater tots, man. So basically, I'm just going to run some stuff right now just to kind of heat it up. Because right now there's so much, there's so much liquid nitrogen in the pot still that I want to get rid of it. So what I'll do is I'll just kick off like R20 and just run it. So this should help heat it up. Because otherwise you're going to be torturing for like a half an hour. You're not going to like it. Especially on this. Better not have delayed mountain monsters. Send my friend for 1090K at M Center already so we can meet up and he will hand it to me. Awesome. Well, I hope you get blessed with the silicon gods. Alright, how's our attempts going? 187. The problem is once it finishes, this pot's so beefy that it's probably going to go right cold again. Yep. Sure enough. Oh, I'm sure it can handle 7-3 with 6 scores and no HT. Most likely. I'll try it. I'll make sure next time that once it's lapped and everything, we'll do a 6 score to tell the difference. This one I just want to make sure everything works, that it's clocking properly. Alright, where are we getting at? Set the voltage a little higher so that way we can get some more wattage. Right now it's about 500 watts. 600 watts. But that's also with the heater. Next time I'm going to take the heater and put it on a different power supply too. Because I don't want that on the same power supply. Because if it's pushing that high already... Like just running R20 right now, it's at 561. 508, 583, 613. But that's also the heater combating the cold, so that could, I forget how much wattage is, but it's pretty hot. Thanks, Beard. Love your channel. Well, I love you guys. Alright, Slackers, we're coming down. Basically, we're going to have to heat up the pot. Basically, I'll show you guys right now. But if, on another note, you guys can basically, if you want to support the channel, check out beardedhardware.com. You can buy shirts there. There's some sweatshirts on there. I just got to put the pictures up. I make the shirts myself. I'm a little bit delayed until this weekend. So if you order now, you're not going to be shipped till Monday next week. I also, if you're out of the USA and you want a shirt, basically you can go to Teespring. If you look on the bottom of the YouTube, they basically have it there. You can order there. And if you're in England or pretty much in the UK, you can order. Or in Europe, I think you could order too. If you guys want to help support the cause, you can do Patreon. The minimum Patreon is like $2 a month, but you get access to Discord. You get to talk to me. I'm in there all the time. You get to talk to the Bearded Hardware community. Also, if just like and subscribe. If you can't donate any which way, hey, it's cool, man. No tough times, and I don't want to put you in the poorhouse. So whatever you can do to help, and just liking and subscribing makes a world of difference. So I appreciate you guys. Alright, so what are we saying here? Super Pie competition between you and Lucky Noob, who look like a different person. My beard is much longer now. It's amazing how people change. It's kind of funny. I need a shower after watching it. It says, do we have water binning rules yet, broski? I can check for good CPUs for you when I buy them. So this CPU was doing 5365, I think. Almost, it did a 5380 too. R15 at 1.375 volts. So that's what you kind of want to beat. And that's with 48 cache, I think. All right. So what are we at temps here? Okay, 143. That's probably good right now. So what I'm going to do now is, so once you go cold, you can't just turn it off and say, screw it, right? What you got to do is you got to heat up the pot. You got to make sure you bring it over to temps. But there's a couple different things that we have to do. So we have to basically make sure we have the RSVD switches on. So that's pumping a shit ton of volts. So that's going to make a lot of heat. So we want to turn those off. We also want to turn off like we'll keep LN2 mode until we get to about minus 25 or whatever, and we'll turn that off. So we're basically going to end up torching it. It's going to get probably a little bit loud. So let's see. To Poets, love you, man. I hope you're doing well. Don't break much today. I try not to break too much, except for records. No, but the Poets, if you want to check out a cool channel, check out, like and subscribe him too. He's great to the community. I met him in Vegas. Good dude. Makes some cool videos. So check it out. Yes, 5.3 all cores. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down. Well, number one, I'm going to shut down, turn off the RSVD switches, switch LN2 mode off, and I'm going to hit what's called the retry button. Of course, that came out. Yeah, it's probably not even going to... Yeah, 0, 0, so that means it's basically too cold. And we're going to torch this puppy. See, you don't only get to play with the cold stuff, you also get to play with fire, and that's a good day in my book, if you know what I'm saying. Hit the retry. There we go, we get a little bit of boot. By turning off the LN2 mode, you're basically taking it off the extreme voltages. So now, even if the BIOS is set, a lot of the voltages that are high are going to be set back to normal. So it's going to pretty much ignore. I'm going to take out the hard drive so it boots into the BIOS and not actually into the hard drive itself. So not coming up. There we go. Look at all that fire. How cool is that, huh? Fire is one of my favorite things next to cold. Alright, we're going to keep it right there for a sec. Just see... Curious, because the temps are showing... I wonder if we had a bad mount. Well, we're going to do a lap job before we do anything else. So, right now we're too cold, and we got to dry off the board, heat it up. So, I'm going to go in here. This was definitely good... Make sure I save the profile. And I'm going to change... Actually, I'm going to just load. I'll load... Which one was it? I'll load profile 8. Make sure it boots stock. Or my stock setup. I basically, every single time that I bench, I always set up a base profile, so that way you always go back to what your last was, right? Don't let the paper towel catch on fire. Come on, what fun is that? Fire is cool. Yeah, it's crazy how I'm seeing positive temps. And we're not on the LN2 mode or anything, so I think we had actually a bad mount. So when I pull it apart, I'll show you I'll show you what to do with the mount. So this is a good reason why we stopped. What I mean by mount is basically between the CPU, you have a line of paste. And then you have the pot on there. It's basically sandwiched in, right? What happens is that paste freezes. And what happens is there's basically no cooling. Like, you have some cooling, obviously, because it's cold, but you're not getting that really good cold conductivity. Basically, it broke the conductivity, and you can kill stuff that way. So it's really good that we actually basically are heating up right now, because otherwise you can kill a chip almost instantly. So at this point, I'm just going to shut off the machine. Move this. Back. Also going to undo the heater. You never want to leave that on because it gets hot. So that is disconnected. And what I'm going to do is one of the mistakes that I always tell Steve not to do, right, is now when you have this, you may think, oh, it's -10, that you could just break this all down. You can't do that. What you have to do is I always heat it up to +20, so +20°C, and what that does is it melts it enough so that way you can pull everything off. So we're gonna go to +20°C. Yeah, 5.2 is pretty easy. I know Roman was telling me that 5.2 was rock stable for him. 5.2 is really rock stable for me too. 5.3 was really rock for me too. It's just over 5.3, which I almost... You'd be surprised on these chips. When they're soldered, they tend to warp a little bit. So when you really flatten them out... I know Dan Kopp on his 9900K had like a 70 megahertz difference on the LN2. So it's gonna make a huge difference. Heater gets hot. Yes, sir. Alright, so we're at +11 now. Notice how the pot is basically starting to like melt down also. Basically room temperature, yeah. The reason why you want to do that is if you try to pull the pot off. Here, we'll just go to maybe about 25. Now, the reason why you want to do this is because if you try to pull off the pot when it's cold, basically you can break components because it literally freezes to those components, right? So now one of the things, since we heated it up, I gotta touch it. Sometimes those get really hot. Okay, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. So what I'm gonna do is I just loosen them up. We're gonna pull the top, and I'm gonna show you how to tell like about a decent mount. We got a ton of water on the system. Let me just get a paper towel because it's kind of getting wet everywhere. Trust me, I hear that all the time. Alright, so we're going to take this off. You notice there's a shit ton of water in it. So you want to kind of just play around, get all the water off. And we'll take off the rubber bands. And you could save these paper towels too. These paper towels are pretty awesome. The blue ones, the shop towels, are the best. Because you just dry them out and use them again. So we got those, and now this is how we're going to see them out. So we don't need this anymore. I'm going to turn it off, save the battery. So let's see. I'm going to unplug it. Take off the GPU. Take off all the power connectors. I unplugged the power supply too. Right. We'll just throw them down. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the pot. Make sure it's not hot because when you're heating it up, usually you can burn yourself. Yeah. Not sure if I like this. So the first thing I do is I basically pour out all the water. See how much water buildup is in there? Now, the mount isn't the greatest. So usually what you can do is you can tell how the mount is based upon the paste. Now, it looks like it was on the one side a little bit too much. You can also check on the... So, I'll give you a good view right there. It's not bad, but it could be a little bit better. And I think a lap job will actually make it like 100 times better. Not 100 times. I'm embellishing, but you know what I mean. It will make it much better. So now, make sure it's not hot. Now if you look, see how it's thick on this side? That's not good. That means it's not all the way around on the chip itself. And that could affect a matter of between going 6.7 to 6.8. Because you're not basically cooling off the whole chip. It looks like we missed like the whole section. And it happens. Overall, it seems pretty good. Seems nice and hot. There's not much water in there. Seems like it was pretty successful. So usually what I do with this is I'll take a hairdryer and I'll run it over it for maybe, I usually put a box over it, and then I'll run the hairdryer on it and it heats up, and just let it go for like 10-15 minutes. And what it will do is it will heat up the entire board. But yeah, it looks good. So we can put this back on here for a bit. All right. Try to conserve some liquid nitrogen. You don't want to waste the juice. All right. All right. All right, slackers. So I think we're gonna end up calling it a close. Take a little bit of questions and answers if you guys want. I'm a little bit exhausted. I'm gonna need my beauty sleep. It's kind of hard to look this pretty, if you know what I'm saying. I kid. Do you use your hairdryer on the hardware then the beard? It can go either way sometimes. I mean, you can't, what do you think? You just grow a beard this nice, if you know what I'm saying? Guys, keep in mind that PC gaming, when CPU is not used at 100%, it will have better stability. That's for sure. Definitely a decent CPU, better than average. Yeah, I guess what we're going to have to see. I guess the dual 12 8 pins for 10900 could be. Yeah, I don't know if you need them. I think you could probably get away with it with not. I don't know. I saw some weirdness. I'm going to have to separate. So the kind of goals that we're going to do for the next, basically when we put liquid nitrogen. So we got to have to lap the chip, right? So what I'll do is I'll end up lapping it. Oh, well, first I'm going to test it on water. I want to make sure I have all the temps, and that way I can compare same exact voltages. I want to do maybe like a 5 gig, 5.1, 5.2, and a 5.3, and compare the temperatures with the lap job and then without. So just some history after. Like my 9900K, my 9900K wouldn't do 5.4. It would only do 5.3. It did 5.4 after I lapped it. So you never know what you're going to get after a lap job. I need to make a shirt like that, just in case. So what was the end result? The end result is we hit 7.215, so 7.2 gigahertz. And then we also did R15. We were able to beat Roman by quite a bit, I think. We ended up, we weren't going full max out. We're still going to do some stuff to improve a lot of different stuff. So this is definitely not going to be the last time. This is only the first time. So this is the first time I was touching a 10900K. So let's see, what was the end result? So yeah, basically we did some good R20 scores and some R15 scores. So we're only going to improve upon this. So is the pot, oh, the other thing is we're going to lap the pot too. So this pot is old, probably should have been lapped a long time ago. So I'm going to have to lap that. I'm going to have to lap the CPU. We'll do all that. This is a full 10 cores, 20 threads. So this is pretty much everything. So that it was maxed out. Can we see a cat? What the hell is a cat? Do you prefer to OC AMD or Intel? To be honest, it's fun for both. Each one has its strength and each one has its weaknesses, right? So for Intel, you can bench 3D. I'm a big 3D bencher, so with the AMD stuff, you can't really bench them cold, so it kind of sucks. Noob question. There's never a noob question. Every question is pretty good, so never worry about that. If you ever want to ask a question, just ask a question. Why not solder the pot to the CPU? Because it's not easy to do. And to be honest, if you ever want to change it, it's just not something that's easy to do. To heat it up to solder is a painful process. I know Romans went over it many times, or a time before on the process that maybe Intel uses, and man, nah. So yeah, if you guys want to go troll Roman and tell him that we beat him and had a higher CPU-Z and I had a higher R15 and a higher R20, that would be amazing. Because I love to mess with him. We're friends, so it's always great to do that. So, but yeah, if you guys obviously. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. I appreciate you guys coming for the stream. we're gonna have a bunch of videos because we're gonna be doing lots of cool stuff. I'm a full-time YouTuber now, so pretty much it's my job. So we're gonna be doing one every 2 to 3 days, maybe 4 at the most. Depends on how much. You gotta remember, I need some slack time too, so be easy on me if you know what I'm saying. But yeah. Oh, what's another question? Will a grizzly conductinaut thermal pad make a better contact? From what I heard from Roman is that it makes decent contact, but I'm not really sure. To be honest, that's probably a good test. I have some. I want to say I have some carbon. Maybe that's something we test with the 9900K. I think that's a great idea. So maybe we'll do that as a video. I don't know, I'm just trying to think of videos to do for you guys. So I think this, maybe we'll do something like that. We'll put the 99 or the 10900K and see how well it handles. Can it do 5.3, stuff like that? But anyway, guys, you guys are great. I'm gonna go take some slack time, relax. It's been a long day. I've been troubleshooting. Glad to have you. What's that? Joe, when's the Viper gonna look at? I don't know, man. Money's kind of tight right now, so that's kind of why I put it off. Hopefully, by you guys not slacking so much and making sure you're liking and subscribing, maybe we'll get that Viper project going. So, but yeah, but it's good, guys. I really appreciate it. I love you guys. So, I don't know. I think that's it. I hope you guys like the stream. We're gonna be doing lots more, so make sure you stay tuned because there's a lot more coming. So, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys later. Make sure join Patreon too. All right? All right, guys. I'll check you later. Slacker out.